Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous depths of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined as ever by Robbie, the River Styx Bellekom.
Ooh.
Sam, the River Styx Burns.
Oh no.
And Ellie, Sticks and Stones Will Break My Bones, Sparrow.
Oh dear.
They will. Can confirm.
Oh yeah.
This is a fact.
Enough of them.
Yes.
Or big enough ones.
Or big enough
anyway.
ones, classically, yeah. Yeah.
Or just at the right angle with them, with enough velocity.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is the smallest stick that could break a bone?
Carefully position. Did you say a bone?
No, I mean, yeah. But which bone? Because that does...
I'm going to say my left forearm, specifically.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, so like like the ulnar or something. I mean, like, I get, like, are we talking about just like with like a person just like swinging it at you, or are we?
Yeah,
allowed
velocity is a factor here.
Yeah, because if
I
you do high
didn't
velocity,
specify. That is your decision.
because if you do high
It's up to
velocity,
your creativity.
like fire a really high velocity toothpick, it'd probably
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Ooh. That'd be an interesting and
I
horrible
mean, it
way
will
to break your arm.
shatter horribly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if it's just with like human strength, I want to say like it probably needs to be at least like 8 to 10 inches, just so that you've got like enough to grip and still have something to like smack with.
It's going to depend on the kind of wood as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does need
Yeah,
to
but it's
be 8 to 10
mahogany,
inches
it's really
to make sure that
dense,
you have
but-
enough to grip, yes. Make sure the wood's big enough.
Well,
And hard
like
enough.
you could do
And
it
softwood ain't
shorter,
gonna
but
do
then
it.
it's more like you're just like using a flat bit of like the wood and then like smacking it down. You're basically just, it's almost functionally like punching someone with the base of your fist. But with a bit of wood in the way, which is a valid technique. Speaking of valid techniques, this is not an appropriate segue, but we're going to use it as one anyway to
What a valid
demand
technique that
feature
is.
us what messages from the present. It's far future, Jason, with messages from the distant present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks and Fireballs Patreon, who helped keep this ship sailing in the days before the coming. There was a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, and should still be in your timeline, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. This is how it starts. You can check it out at patreon.com/Flintlocks and Fireballs, link in the description. We were, at this time in history, an affiliate of Zavi, fine producers of nerdy garments and handy household items. Remember, in the present you can click through the affiliate link in the description and use code FLINTLOCKS20 to take 20% off clothing and FLINTLOCKS10 to take 10% off not clothing. And once again we were involved with the online group heist game, Agent Venture. The most fun you can have on a Zoom call while keeping your shirt on. Pull off a heist, infiltrate a base, and save the world with only a laptop, an internet connection, and your socially distant friends. Check out the link in the description. And that's it for announcements. For now, back to you, distant past Jason. So, just, you don't have any visual here, but Ellie has made a little face out of putty, and it looks kind of like two eyes and then a cat's asshole for a mouth.
Well, it was a bigger mouth, and then I left it for 5 minutes, and it sort of drifted.
It's like puckered up
and
in
now,
terror.
you know the grandma in George's Marvelous Medicine, when
Yes.
they say she's got a puckered up mouth like a dog's bottom.
Or a
No.
pencil sharpener.
Now it looks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on that cheerful note, I think it's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg. Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. The party have become known as Heroes of the Hound after the successful battle in the River Hound. Corzin Horhace has just had a, for the most part, quite lovely birthday, despite being, technically in the early hours of the morning started with a massive fuck-off battle, and maybe capped by a visitation from a instance of, spoiler alert, listen to the previous episode, or I guess watch it if you're synesthetic, listen to the previous episode to avoid being spoiled on this, continue on, and being visited by essentially an echo of his son from a doomed future timeline. If that's how it works, who knows? The answer is I do, and I'm not telling. In which
You're the worst.
In which Corzin received an apparently accurate prediction of his own death in 13 days' time.
That made no sense, and I really enjoyed it.
So, putting that aside for a moment, you have taken on a midnight mission. It's actually like 11:30, but it's shortly going to be midnight, to head 6 miles upriver, up the West River, which, because you're going upstream, means that you're actually going to be going southeast, to meet a barge filled with enough muskets to outfit 2 companies of the militia here in town. And as the battle for the Hound proved, arming your militia is really important to increase their survivability. Because next time you'll be up against troops that aren't just disposable shambling undead. So, in order to facilitate the barge getting in, it's going to need to sneak past a number of cavalry patrols and at least 1 garrison. Fortunately, that's where you come in. Or specifically where Celestia came in, I want to say 5 days ago. Actually, no, it would be almost 6 days ago, because you did this on the 10th, not the 12th. So actually the Nightmare region will drop on the 20th, not the 22nd. 5 days ago, Celestia cast a week-long Mirage Arcane on a square mile upriver on the West River, turning it into a nightmare land full of strange eyes, mouths, and vaguely revolutionary chanting and singing. It's all a bit discordant and horrific. Yeah. As such, very few people are willingly going into that place right now.
Do people live there?
They did. A lot of them abandoned.
Oh, no.
A lot of them would have abandoned their homes anyway and fled up to the city for protection, or maybe elsewhere, given the ongoing war zone. So you probably vacated less people from their homes than you would otherwise.
Good.
But they're not coming back until this is over, very likely.
Fair.
In either case, it provides an excellent bit of cover for your travel upstream. So, it's 11:30 at night. Are there any preparations you wish to make before beginning your trek upriver to meet the barge? By the way, your passwords, as you acquired from Alton, is your
Mutton
password
and
is
Fishbone.
mutton. Yep, counted by Fishbone.
Right. Let's get suited and booted, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's time to go. We kind of prepared last time, didn't we?
Okay.
I'm going to say this. Look, I understand a deal's a deal, but would you mind awfully if I dispense with the wig at this point?
What, for our stealth mission? I don't know about
I'll be quite
that.
upset.
I understand that, but like, it's probably going to get shot off anyway.
Have we had a short rest?
You've had a party during which you probably could have counted as taking a... I'll say you can count as taking having a short rest.
Party.
It was a long party. You probably like wallflowered or like sat and ate things long enough to have taken a short rest, yes.
Lovely. I'll get some hit points back before we go.
Yeah, I think I will too.
When did you take damage?
I took damage when we were getting the witch's tip,
the magic boat
falling down
box.
the
magic
puzzle
boat.
box. Not a huge
I have
amount,
used
but
spells. I have taken damage. I am so not ready for mission.
I'm just
Oh,
going
I
to
used
roll.
some spells, but I did not take damage.
I'm just going to roll 2 hit die.
You did quite well on your acrobatics checks
I did,
during climbing the.
Yeah,
the
my
magical
acrobatics
mountain.
and athletics are not great.
All right.
I have little hooves. They're not made for acrobatics.
I'm just saying, if you keep the wig on, you could disguise yourself as a ship. No one would know you were
Yes,
coming.
we just put you in the canal.
It'd be like a ship that
River
was
thing.
very far away until it was too close. And
Yes.
Yes, this is perfect.
That's part
no,
of
but I
the
won't be able to
illusion.
talk to the two of you if we're out of yelling range.
Oh no, you can rely on us to be stealthy and unseen.
Okay, here's the deal with the boat wig. You could take the rest of your 24 hours that you promised to wear the wig for and double it and have it at another time. That is the only arrangement I will take.
It is the only thing that's fair, really,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
the only honourable thing to do, if I'm
You
honest.
have at this point worn the wig for 5 hours.
All right. I think, given the circumstances, that's not too much to ask.
And don't wait too long, or we shall start adding interest.
Well,
Yeah.
no, but there's
She's
going to
still
have to be
pissed.
a formalised naming ceremony for the witch's tit at some point. I'll wear it for that.
Oh, very official and lovely.
Yeah.
Look fetching. If you keep the wig on for long enough, will there be eyes on it?
Yes.
Probably.
It's worth mentioning there are already eyes in it by this
Oh,
point.
right.
Oh fuck, there are totally eyes already.
The wig hair has reshaped in places to little hair eyes. You actually have to look carefully to see them because they just blend in with the elaborate coiffed curls, but they are there.
It's quite scary.
That is awful. Just awful.
We
Oh,
should
hang
definitely
on.
paint eyes on the outside of a ship to be intimidating at some point, though.
Although the
Yes.
height alone means that I can look up above something that I'm still in total cover behind.
This is true. Yes, you can. This is an unexpected tactical advantage.
Maybe you
We should
keep
get
the
you like
wig
a
on, darling.
stick.
Well,
Just
hang on.
generally, we should put a stick on your head.
Yes, an enormous stick.
Well, it did actually occur to me a little while ago that literally all I'd need to do would be to put a hand around a corner and I would be able to see around it.
That is quite cool, actually. You should
Yeah,
do
you should
it.
do that.
Well, hand's a lot less to shoot at, so yes, I will do that.
And you've got one spare.
I think we had this conversation because we suggested that you should stick your ass around the corner, and I think that was a wonderful
Yeah, we
suggestion.
That's a larger target.
You make your way.
It is very large.
It is enormous. It's the biggest thing
Also,
I've
I'd never
ever
heard the
seen.
last of it from Molly.
You make your way back down. This would be probably down. Which street would that be? I think it's Weaver's Way. Until you head back towards the Triangle, and passing by the Ferocian and the Goblin districts, you make your way through Thornhill into Greywatch Village, and thence into the smattering of farmland that is on the southern edge or part of Hickory Island. You follow the roads until you reach the kind of towards the tip end where the river, where the West River continues onwards, and there's almost like a little bridging, a little point where the West and the Hound sort of their waters intermingle, and they kind of briefly become one river before splitting again. And here you probably would take a small. There is actually a group of people already waiting there. some of the because of course the militia is maintaining patrols out here just in case redcoats try and sneak across. Some of the you do indeed recognize one of them as well. It's the young lady who fought with you back. Let me just get this open here. It's the young lady whose life you saved actually the other day from the first rifles.
Oh.
That would be
Chelsea.
Chelsea. That's it. Yes, young halfling woman in her 30s, kind of worried, green doe eyes and dark hair. She gives you she snaps a salute at you as you approach. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I return it.
We're supposed to have a password.
Right. You first.
Mutton.
Fishbone? Fishbone, that's it. Sorry, I recognise you by sight, but you're right.
No, faces, yeah. Just...
Got it.
Now that we've done that, you okay? How are you doing?
Oh, alright. It's been a...
Looking bashed up the other day.
Yeah, though, thanks for saving my life out there. Really appreciated.
It's alright.
So you'll be the ones who are waiting to come back with the,
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. All right. We've got a little rowboat if you want to get onto the other side of the west bank, and then we'll wait here for the big one.
Good idea. Right.
All right.
Yes.
Come on, Trevor. Let's give him a row across. She and another halfling get in. The pair of them row the three of you across the West River onto the far bank, where you begin your journey. So, how fast do you want to travel heading down the river?
How much of a rush are we in?
There are about 6 hours till dawn at a...
We definitely want to make it before that.
It's a 6 mile journey. So if you're going at a normal walking speed, it'll be there in an hour and a half. And then the barge does... nominally will do 2 miles an hour. So
What if there's horses?
it might go faster. You'll need to find out.
Okay.
But if the barge is travelling slowly and trying to avoid a lot of notice, then it will travel 2 miles an hour. So that will take 3 hours. Basically, if you go there at full speed, take you an hour and a half. If you go there at half speed, it'll take you 3 hours, and then the return journey will take 3 hours. So you'll arrive about 5:30. Sun up is around 6ish. Get you there before dawn, but yeah, it's the question of how cautiously do you want to take things. Unfortunately, only Corzin can travel at full speed and still make stealth checks without disadvantage or anything.
Can the rest of us ride on Corzin's back?
He's probably strong enough to carry you both, but I don't know how that would physically work.
It would be really good though. But no,
It's like
what do
using
you
the
think?
dwarf as the mount.
That'll definitely work.
Definitely.
I'm not sure that's, physically possible, but even
You're
so...
very strong.
Yeah, that's not what I'm worried about. It's just there's not enough back for you to both for you to ride on.
I'm
Okay.
extremely acrobatic. I'll figure out a way.
This is true.
What
when you're
if we
flying,
make-
you can do it because you cannot. You only need to hold on to Corzin's onto Corzin, and the rest of you can dangle.
Or we
What
could just
if?
come up with an actual solution.
Yeah, that might
That's also
also
a thing we
work.
could do.
Well, look, I think that we really ought to aim to get there before sunup. It'll mean that we're much harder to track, just generally.
Frankly, we want to be escorting the boat while it's dark, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So, what if I make us some horses to get us there that are a little stealthier than usual?
I'll wear my
Yep.
boring cloak,
Actually, that's
cover up all of this.
You can choose colour, right? Just make
yeah.
them black.
No, not you don't want black. You want sort of a dark greeny grey.
All right. Well, a dark colour then.
Yeah.
But also, have you seen those little insecty things Are they insects or are they some sort of like shellfish? Anyway,
Where are
they're
you
long.
going with this?
They're very long and low to the ground with lots of tiny legs that are very quiet.
Are they fast?
They've got like
Millipedes?
hundreds of legs.
Millipedes?
You're familiar with
Probably,
giant
that sounds
millipedes.
right.
Oh, millipedes, yeah. Yeah, of course.
What if I made a big one?
Are they fast?
Dunno.
DM, are they fast?
I mean, it doesn't really matter because the phantom horses will have the same speed regardless.
Alright.
They've got a lot of legs to sort out, but... I
Like, they're
suppose.
normally not that fast, but, like, again, you know that with Scamp magic, it doesn't really matter.
If you're looking from far away and you see two horses, you might think nothing of it, but if you're looking from far away and you see a giant fucking millipede because it's a long shape.
That's a
But
point.
it's also, have you seen the Nightmare World?
True!
That's also a good point.
Actually might stand out less. And be quiet.
They'll go, that's an awful nightmare, not that's people smuggling things.
Yes. I like this.
I like
Oh,
how you're
that's a
thinking.
thought for illusions, actually. Escaped nightmare things.
Yeah, I mean, some of those things that we saw back at the giant city.
Just get a mouth, put it on legs or something. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll believe it's from the Nightmare Land. If I make it sing some revolutionary music.
Also, it's just us planning at the moment, isn't it? Not
Yeah, it's just
people
you.
yet.
Like, you're just quietly discussing this as you're walking down those down the water.
We've also got Lux.
Do have Lux.
I think
who
Lux
could be
is...
very helpful in this situation. We might
Well,
need more
they-
than one distraction, frankly.
Yeah, them running interference is definitely seems to be their strong point.
Yeah. So, do we want them to be, like, supportive with us or drawing people away? Because there's different options.
Drawing people away feels sensible to me.
Yes,
Because they
because
could
the
be
longer
like-
they're...
trying to not have a fight, really, aren't we?
Yeah, because
Could
the
be
longer
very
they're...
charming, and
Alright.
or they could be loud and scary.
Well, essentially, as long as we can keep them faffing about with something that isn't us, the better.
I think out of those two, I would go for loud and scary, because we can already do charming a bit.
Okay, if I use like my big thing, the one a day sort of thing, I can make them pretty nasty.
Okay.
Alright.
There can be this thing with lots of chains that if you look at its face, it looks like one of your loved ones that's died.
What, like the tieflings?
Yes, I think similar origins.
That's quite scary.
Yeah,
awful.
very scary.
To check something while I'm here.
It's challenge rating 8, so it take a 7th level spell.
Ooh.
It is a warm night. Muggy, almost. It's the season for. You are not too far. Like, it's that Mediterranean climate. There is a steady breeze. Not going at times going into a stronger sort of wind, it's a pretty sturdy breeze for the night. There's no rain and very little cloud. The moon is full. So actually the first of the 3 nights of the full moon. So Belle is probably busy tonight.
How's Marjorie?
That's a good question.
Marjorie is fine. Her eyes are moving a little erratically, but
Does she have a shadow?
no.
I was really kind of hoping that the curse would go when you changed her.
Yeah, it might be because I changed her rather she didn't go away and be brought back.
She didn't die.
Yeah, so it might be, or it might be we're just stuck with whatever's going on. Marjorie, I'm so sorry.
Well, what does Clara say? Just keep her away from Silver?
Yeah. And be grateful that she doesn't eat.
Alright.
I have so many worries. Let's not think
So
about
concerned.
any of them.
No, I love not thinking about things. I'm very good at it, actually.
But no, there's a full moon, so there is
There's enough. Annoyingly, there is a fair bit of light because there's not a lot of cloud cover as well. It's still dark, don't get me wrong, but it is bright enough that you do not automatically get advantage on stealth checks for like distance viewing. It's one of those. It's like, you know, when you walk through the countryside, like miles away from people, and you can see. I know it's annoyingly difficult to remember. And you can see in the distance, and the moon is high. And it's not that you can necessarily see like everything like it's day, but you could maybe spot moving shapes like on a field.
Yeah.
In the distance, if they were not taking care to move quietly. It's one of those bright nights.
Yeah.
Crying and
Not a
stuck
good night
in
for
central London.
smuggling.
It's actually you can't see as many stars as usual either because the moonlight is actually diffusing it a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Lux running interference sounds like a decent plan.
Yeah, I agree.
Frankly, if she gets a load of soldiers running to somewhere elsewhere, that will actually put us in reasonable stead. To just
And also, no one's going to be surprised to see a nightmare monster in the nightmares.
And then if we need any more nightmare monsters, I could do some illusions.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe we should literally stage her like breaking out of the nightmare world.
Can do. We'd need to know roughly where the people who are trying to find this barge are, though.
Well, we don't really have a where for that. All we need is for people to start seeing stuff that is where the barge isn't.
Yeah, true.
Although it might be good to have them, like, we don't want to accidentally draw them to the wrong place. It might be more useful to draw them away should we spot them.
True.
I don't know if it's worth having Lux as a sort of draw them away one.
Don't know. Well, the thing is, if we can see them, they can see us because it's bright.
It's true.
It's kind of what I'm worrying about, you know. I don't know.
I just worry that Lux will wander around in the darkness and won't find anyone.
Well, how about then?
Maybe you're right. Maybe the second we spot them, we should do that.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as we're on the barge, I can start the summoning. But it's going to take me a minute, and it'll only last an hour.
Okay.
That could be all we need.
An hour is a good amount of time, actually.
Yeah. Especially if it's an hour they're desperately trying to fend off something else.
So if we don't come across anyone in that first hour, it's going to be wasted.
No, you're right. We should wait.
All right.
But it will take a minute, so it has to be done in advance.
Yeah, I think
To
the
some
plan was
degree.
to pop me up the mast, wasn't it?
Yeah. You and I up the top of the mast. We'll have the furthest amount of forewarning we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
With that in mind, then, if I
Put on a
understand
boring cloak.
you have the boring cloak on. You're purple side out anyway as well for
Yeah.
the coat. So am I right in understanding that you are summoning dull greyish green horses?
Was it a
Horse or
millipede?
millipede? What's your choice?
Millipede!
A dull greyish green millipede to carry you, which will last.
Personally, I would investigate a horse. I maybe might let the millipede monster creature go.
Okay. Millipede monster creature. It's going to last an hour, so that's fine, and it can carry the three of you. So, all right. That will at a normal sort of trot get you there within an hour. Mm-hmm. If you want to race at full pelt, it'll get you there in like 40 minutes, but you will definitely be making stealth checks with disadvantage, if at all.
It's nice to be able to be a little bit stealthy at least.
Yeah, I think
at least to try.
stealthy.
So no, this will cut your travel time to an hour.
But yeah, we won't rush, I think.
You're not rushing, and you're not going super slow either. So, I would like everybody to make a stealth check and a perception check, please.
Okay. Is this disadvantage?
So this is... you are travelling at the... Because you're travelling at the creature's normal pace.
Yeah.
Yes, this will be a disadvantage.
Okay.
Which one?
Oh, actually, no, wait. Damn it, I'm trying to think, because it is still night, but is that enough to counter it or not? I think I just explicitly said that because you're in full moon conditions, you don't get the travelling at night advantage that you normally get. So this is with disadvantage stealth and straight perception, please.
Okay.
Cool. That makes it a straight roll for
dude.
me on stealth.
It's 21 on the stealth.
Brilliant.
13 on stealth.
Snap. 13 on stealth.
Do I have advantage to perception because it's sight-based?
You do for this.
I got a 3 for my perception.
8 perception, so good luck, Corzin.
That will be a 26.
There we go.
Okay, and Celestia's perception
8.
and Scamp's perception. Sorry, I missed that.
3.
Don't worry, we all spoke at once.
All right, so for this first leg of the journey, it's the half... so this is actually... Scamp takes 10 minutes to conjure from chalk a large, dull grey, carapaced grey-green millipede
Right,
with
you're a
saddle
pretty
and
friend.
tack. You clamber on. It sort of chitters along fairly quietly. It does create a sort of chittering, rustling sound, but it is of equivalent sound, broadly speaking, to like a horse trotting softly, and not quite as cloppy.
Also probably really satisfying to watch.
Oh yeah, you are just like sliding along. It's weird because you're actually having to sit. The closest equivalent is, when you're in like a go-kart and you're sat with like your legs forward and your knees up.
Yeah.
Because the creature is so low to the ground, the saddle is set in such a way that you're basically leaning backwards a little bit and like holding onto
It's like
the
almost
reins.
a sedan chair.
Yeah, it actually it's requiring a little bit of core effort for the whole thing, like more so than usual for riding a horse, or like about the same as riding a horse, but like in different places. It's more comfortable for you, Celestia, because you're used to spider riding.
Yeah.
But Corzin and Scamp, this is a weird experience for you.
Oh, this is odd.
Try riding upside down, darling.
No, thank you.
Oh, it sucks. You should when you do it the first time, you feel like you're going to die. It's the end.
So,
Don't you have to be kind of strapped in for that?
Yeah.
Grim.
So, with that in mind, you keep an eye out. As I say, it's about half a mile up before you get to the nightmare zone. And Corzin, you see, you're able to catch sight of a little bit of what the patrols look like. In fact, you're able to catch sight of a couple of things. Here and there, you see roving in small teams. In fact, in bands of 10 are human and halfling cavalrymen. The cavaliers are they're not riding at full speed, but they are trotting through the country lanes, for the most part keeping to the roads and dirt paths, and just looking, keeping an eye out. There's some orcs as well, you see, probably for the night vision. You spot 2, and they are like half a mile apart as well. Like they're not traveling. They're not. Like this is just the standard night patrol going on. You can also see, kind of like almost around the edge of the broadly circular nightmare region, there is a camp that has been set up. Not next to the nightmare region, probably about a good 500 feet from the edge.
Why would you put a camp
You
right
wouldn't put it
next to the
right
nightmare
next to the
region?
edge.
Fair.
It's as it were beyond musket shot distance from the edge, because they want some warning if anything comes out. There is a what looks like a small a camp essentially. It's a basic garrison camp, a series of tents. There are some campfires set up in place. Also, for the most part, they're actually not too obvious campfires, because they have small, what you would guess with your fantastic eyesight from the extra focal points, are probably small cloth screens set up around the campfires to reduce the amount of light being flared out.
Yeah.
But there's just enough that you can tell what's going on.
I will point this out to the others as we go. It's
hard to see, actually. It's only Corzin getting that over 25 perception, because it's almost closer to the other end of the nightmare region than this region. It's like you can just see it like on almost, not quite on the horizon. The horizon goes on a bit further, but it's over a fold, as it were. You're able to do an estimate, and it seems to match up to what you're expecting. There's tents for probably 8 squads there. What looks like sort of travel stabling for maybe 20 horses as well.
Right.
You would
so
guess
we're looking at what, like 80 men?
100 together. 100 altogether. Right. So that is it. They, for the most part, seem to be bedded in for the night, but there's definitely an active watch up. Like, they've got good guards on the perimeter. These are the relief squad. If the alarm is raised, they're the people who are going to come and investigate in number. For a major alarm. If someone just notices something weird, probably one of the cavalier squads, which is what's happening. As you also notice, one of the 2 squads, this one probably about quarter mile away, so let's call it 1,200 feet, changes direction and starts riding via the roads and then over field to get towards your location. They're not riding at pace, but they've just changed the direction of their canter. Or trot, I think this would be. I get canter and trot mixed up.
Trot, then canter in terms of speed.
Then they change their trot.
Right.
So they're not they're not charging towards you, but they seem to have noticed something by the water's edge. You are at this point yourself, I'm going to say probably it's about halfway along for you, so you're another quarter mile. Again, about 1,200 feet from the edge of the nightmare region.
Would we like an escaped nightmare?
I was just thinking, we've both got minor illusion, haven't we?
Yeah.
Can we make horrible mouthy mouths over the top of us so they just see like a centipede with weird mouths?
Yes, we can't make them move though, can we? With minor.
No,
they're
and
static.
if they shoot us, we're in trouble. Actually, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You could cover yourself in a major and make that move with you, though. Or in a silent image if you had that and make that move, but I don't think you have that spell.
No, or I could make it look like a load of things have crawled off this towards them.
Yeah, that might work.
Yep.
Have
I
them
could
start
leave like a stationary one of these things.
What?
Just so it's something that they go towards and we've moved somewhere else.
Yeah.
But that would be in conjunction with whatever you're doing, just as an extra. It's not going to be enough on its own.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
I think.
What do you think?
I think that if we can make this look like it's just part of the nightmare stuff, then it may be enough to get them to leave us alone.
You've probably got about a minute and a half until they get close enough to really see you properly.
Yeah.
So
I can make
factor
some
that into your
difficult to
decision.
train behind us if this bit isn't yet.
Can do. Sorry, gang, I'm having a blank moment and, not knowing what to do.
All right. Can we stop and lie close to the ground? Is there anywhere we can hide?
Yes, there is. There is foliage. There are bushes. There is the river. There are rushes coming up through the river, and there's of course the river itself.
I mean, hiding saves a spell, but are they going to notice that we've hidden?
Well, let's hide in those, and if needs be, we can send something off in a different direction.
Actually, that solves some of the problem, because a lot of the problem that I was thinking of is if I send something off here, we're still here, and they might still come. But if we hide and then send something out of the bushes that's almost the same, that's actually a lot better. Let's do that.
Okay,
All right, let's get into these bushes.
Okay, so you're all hiding in the bushes?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Everybody, because you've got good cover, I'm going to say that I'm going to ask you for new stealth checks. This does give you advantage.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do with the giant centipede?
How much time do we have?
I was hoping we could put that under cover.
Oh no, that's fine. You can put that under cover. I'm just asking if that's what
I
you're
will put it
doing.
under cover. Yeah.
Can we just put it in the river?
You can send it into the river.
It doesn't have to breathe, does it?
Roll, Scamp, roll me a d20 with advantage after you've done your stealth and tell me what the result is.
So stealth is with advantage as well.
Yes, please.
16.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, gang.
What have you done?
That's double ones.
Oh no.
I really don't know how we saved that.
Snake eyes. Oh,
I've
God.
never rolled double ones with advantage. Oh my god.
Doesn't feel good, does it?
No, it's real bad. Yeah.
I got a 17, and there is disadvantage to see me.
Cool. And what did you roll for the creature?
6.
Cool. The creature flops into the water with a large splash because it's not... Frankly, it's not terribly sentient. Mm-hmm. But it does follow your command and flop in there. The three of you hide in... scramble into some bushes and lie in wait. You hear one of the... as they plop, getting closer... you just faintly hear over the water, over the air. I think I heard something drop into the water there. Damn it, what do you think it was? Clonk, clonk, clonk. The 10 horsemen fan outwards a little. Some of them... Most of them don't actually go for that. You see, they do have carbines, but they're slung across their backs. They are instinctively either reaching for sabers, cavalry sabers, or one of them, who has one, is just holding like a horn ready.
Okay.
They peer outwards. I think it went into the river. Did you see that? Hold on, what was that? One of them looks over in the direction of Celestia's bush.
Do I have any control over this horse?
You can whisper commands to it.
But it's words, not...
I need to check the wording of phantom.
Yeah, me too. I'm just trying to find the damn thing.
This is a frozen moment, Celestia. So you can still, so you can act in the moment in this during this instant.
I have the maddest idea.
Yeah, I'm just answering Scamp's question quickly.
It depends how obviously they've seen me.
They are looking in the direction of your bush at this moment.
So they haven't actually clocked that it's a person.
They seem to have seen something.
Okay, I would love to do a major image in that case. If they've not seen me, I had an idea for if they'd seen me, but if they've not seen me, I might do something else.
Go for it.
It doesn't say about.
You can react quickly, so.
Yeah, I would like to. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've just dropped my phone on the floor. It's my favourite thing to do on the podcast. It doesn't
explicitly say, by the way, Scamp. So
yeah, it says
there's
no
commands, whispered commands, because it just creates a quasi-real creature.
Fair.
How far away from us are they?
Let Celestia do their thing first.
Yeah.
Do my sentence, otherwise I'll forget what I'm doing. So, giant nightmare mouth full of teeth on legs comes out going and just runs away.
You hear the horses
preferably scrambles at them creepily through the water.
Roll a performance check, please.
Yes.
Roll a wisdom save for them.
That is. Can't add today. 32.
32 is definitely higher than their result. There's a
big fucking wavy, scary
As
tentacles.
the thing comes out, and they go, and you hear one of them go, "Oh shit! It's another of those! Okay, everyone, fan round. Try and corral it. Stop it from getting out any further." They immediately start chasing after this thing. Is there a limit to how fast you can make this thing move? I'm curious.
It doesn't say.
It's just a major image.
I think so. It's 120-foot range. So after that, I guess it's on autopilot.
Yeah.
But I'd like it to jump over them and then just fucking run.
You can, so you can create it no larger than a 120-foot cube, and you can move it within that 120-foot range. So once it gets to 120 feet away from you, it basically snarls and dances around, because that's as far as it can get, and you leave it on autopilot in that space, because you can't move it beyond that 20-foot cube. But it does they do kind of dance around.
It's not. I can't. What do you mean 20-foot cube? 20-foot cube is how big it is.
It's how big it is. Yeah.
Not how much I can move it. It's 120-foot range, but the illusion is a 20-foot cube.
The illusion is a 20-foot cube. The 20-foot cube can go. You can only maneuver the cube while you're within 120 feet of it. So
that's fine.
You can have it run up to 120 feet from you,
and then be like. Bah!
And at that point, it stays in a little. It's basically it can move within the 20-foot cube on autopilot. So it can dance around in place if it's less than within that region, until it gets hit. At which point, yeah. I mean,
that's fine. Yeah.
So
if it gets hit, I'll have it act like it's hit as well.
Yeah.
And I just want it to be opening random other eyes and mouths and one opens and it's playing revolutionary music and another opens and it's just screaming it's there's a lot
it's a
going
fucking
on.
Nightmare. Literally.
But yeah, I want it to jump over the men and just go away away from where we are, I guess.
They go. And you hear them go, "Shit, that's fast!" There's as they canter around it, they try and they manage to encircle it around that 120-foot limit.
Yeah.
And start diving in and dashing and trying to slash at it.
Message to Corzin Scamp, we need to go now.
Yeah, everyone, I need new stealth checks, definitely with advantage. They are distracted to get the hell out of dodge.
Do I need to do anything for my centipede? Can it just come and join us?
It can swim
14.
along with its little centipede ways.
23. Thank God.
24.
Yep.
14.
Okay. You are collectively able to scamper out of the way. I'm going to roll some wisdom saves against your DC. Okay, so they don't immediately recognize it as an illusion as they're fighting it because you've got a high DC. Mm-hmm. So eventually it hits a point where you just scramble enough out of dodge that you're able to get back onto the centipede and leave them fighting that thing.
I guess we leave them fighting it, and when I'm at the very, very edge of the range, I'll make it melt.
Okay. as the captain strikes it.
Just so that it doesn't
it, squeals and melts into the ground and evaporates. Ha! Got it. Oh, just like the other ones.
Huh. I suppose that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Would it?
They all work the same because I made them and they're not
But
real.
you didn't make any other creatures, did you?
You can't explicitly make creatures.
I can't make creatures.
So what have they been killing?
Oh dear.
That's the point.
Really not good,
Yeah.
is it?
No.
Shit.
Hang on. There are other wizards within the city, though, aren't there?
Yeah, but have they been making nightmare monster illusions? Because
Probably not. That's a
Seems
really
like a-
weird thing to do.
yeah, that's our hobby.
Yeah, that's what I do for kicks.
You scuttle on your creature up to the edge of the Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm is fucking weird. The trees have been shaped to seem unearthly colours, reds and purples in places, or blue bark and leaves. There are mouths splitting down them with jagged teeth, eyes hanging from branches. Other eye tree things have appeared in places as well. The mouths appear in the ground. The grass is red and black. And of course there is always... You've not travelled here at night before. You've only travelled during the day through this place. And it's just worse at night.
This is terrible. I'm very pleased with myself.
It's genuinely frightening.
Congratulations, you made something awful.
This is the worst thing I've ever created. Horrid.
Ugh.
I hate it.
The river, however, apart from the fact that it seems to be coloured like blood in places,
Can't blame the people for getting out of here, can you?
Not at all.
as much as it was. And yes, there are occasionally small, houses or cottages, the remains of farmsteads that were abandoned due to the war and the fucking nightmares.
I feel kind of bad about that.
Yeah, me too. We've
a great
broken
spot if you
so
want to do
many
some
houses.
So yeah. Continuing then, can I please have, for the second leg of the journey, stealth and perception checks?
Okay.
Disadvantage for
Come
stealth?
on!
Or advantage for stealth? Or straight stealth?
Straight. You are moving at full pace, but you are kind of... Actually, you're moving at full pace, but it's hard to move very quickly, so it's like it cancels things a lot out.
Also, there's a lot going on.
The Nightmare region imposes hostile geography. Technically, this is all difficult terrain.
So that's a 24 for stealth.
Dirty 20 on the stealth.
I got an 11.
And another 8 for perception, which is my favourite number today.
13 on perception.
19 on perception.
Okay. You continue chittering up the bank of the West River. It is not quite silent. I mean, it's not at all silent. There is the haunting, constant sound of distant revolutionary music. The sort of moaning and howling. The eyes turn as you pass. In places, thickets of dark grass are interspersed with grey-white fingers that grow out of the ground. There are bony trees which seem to be made of finger bones. There's a point where the water just inexplicably, there's like a little like bend in the river where there's a shallow bit, and the shale there is just teeth.
Oh.
I'm both proud and mortified.
This is awful.
That's like in the Dreamfold.
I wave at some of the eye trees. Hello, children.
Oh,
They stare.
it is very Dreamfold. You don't think it's let anything through, do you?
That can't happen, can it?
I don't
not
think that's how
real.
it works.
Oh
Like-
dear.
The nightmares really do rely on people believing on them.
Yeah.
You kind of created rather a lot of belief.
Yeah, we did do that.
But it's illusions, though. It's not actually anything that physically exists.
Not technically, no.
But also it doesn't have living thing. Like, you can't create creatures, and there have been creatures.
No, that's got to be something else. It's disturbing,
Yeah,
but
I can't create life,
There's
thankfully.
Distinct lack of life here, by the way. The birds have fled. There's
Don't blame 'em.
no small creatures, no sign of like badgers or groundhogs or anything. Apart from the sustained breeze of the wind.
Suddenly feels quite bad, doesn't it?
I worry. We don't know why those like portals to the Dreamfold pop up and disappear and pop up and disappear.
best person to ask about that would be Fighty, although I get
Or
the
Clara.
impression he wouldn't be able to... That's a point, actually. Yes, I hadn't thought of Clara. Yes.
Yeah.
Worth asking.
And I
Yeah.
think Fighty can talk to us now that he knows we know about it.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
he couldn't talk to us about it when we didn't know anything, but now that we know stuff, it's okay. But
I think
we'd
the
have to check in with him.
conversation needs
Yeah.
I
to
don't
be had.
want him to hurt his head if that's not the case.
No, that's fair.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What is that?
Is that our horse?
Wait, what was that?
It's the ground. The grass on the edge of the river here has given way to cracked, dry, peeling skin.
Hang on.
Did I make that?
Not
Corzin's going to
consciously.
dismount and, prod at it.
Excuse me, I don't remember asking my spell for peeling skin.
It feels somewhere between cracked, dry, desert-like mud and, yes, the texture of old, dry skin.
I'm
I
going to just
don't
look
think
at,
you did this, Celestia.
I'll
This
look
is
at the
real.
rainbow spirit for a minute and go, did we do this by accident? You're supposed to know these things!
I just kind of do the things.
Yes, but did we make this bit here?
I don't remember that.
I don't either. I've
Can
never
I try
seen
and
somewhere with
identify
peeling
this?
skin for ground.
What was that?
What was that?
Sorry, I was just saying, could I try and identify this, whatever this substance is?
Nature check, please.
Okay. Oh, great. That is an 8.
Something between skin and dirt.
I want to poke it with my offerglide.
It has it has kind of the resistance of just sun-baked earth, but for the most part, but there's just like a little bit of squidginess and something about, and the appearance of it, the way it flakes, makes you think of flaking skin.
Can I break/slice a small piece off?
How deep do you want to slice?
Oh my god.
An inch?
Okay, inch down.
Oh, that's deep.
Which blade do you use to cut this, by the way?
I would use my sax.
Okay, you take your sax, you cut into it. You take a small chunk. It's kind of dry and peeling on the top. It's a little firmer down below. It is a lot like cutting into mud into dirt. But as you peel it off, there's a very thin point where just like a slightly oily blackness bubbles up.
All right. I think that's fairly consistent evidence you didn't do this.
The fact that I've not seen anything like this, or thought of anything like this, means that I didn't. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
That must be how it works.
You've
I can't
not been
make
to a
things
place with something like this.
I mean, I can make things I haven't seen, but I can't make things I haven't thought of.
But that leaves the question, where did this come from? How far does it extend?
This probably, it's a stretch about 80 feet long along the river's edge, and the water is especially bloody by the edge of it, although it has a sort of blackish quality, is darker. It's like somewhere between ink and blood, before petering back into the general sort of reddish water. And probably only about 30 foot at its widest. It's like a long streak of peeling dirt flesh.
Alright, this is weird.
This is very weird.
Similarly, the patch of finger grass and bone trees, probably only about 40-foot diameter, rough circle.
Does it smell of anything?
The dirt
Yeah.
of clay, iron ore, and the coppery tang of blood, and like the faintly of dandruff.
Oh.
Does yours make smells?
I think it does do
I think
smell.
it does.
It does.
Yeah.
It's a comprehensive illusion. It just
No, it's an illusion. Yeah, it can do smell. But again, I didn't add
Okay.
this.
No.
I think in my head the Nightmare City smells a bit like mildew. I want to say like old moldy rooms
yeah.
Right.
is what I picture it smelling like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like that's what I'd thought of. So if this does not smell like that, it's
No, this
Yeah.
smells. There's like a dry, dusty smell. It smells like if you were to go down and sniff baked, broken like Badlands.
Okay.
yeah.
And also
That's
skin.
not something I made.
No, this has got to be
Okay.
the remains of something then.
It could just be. Well, it could be like the Fingerwoods. It could be a part of somewhere else that is leaking through.
I'm really, really, really repressing the urge to try and detect a mind here.
Let's keep moving,
Yeah.
I think, and keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Or we could. I mean, how are you doing on spells? We don't want to
Not-
waste stuff.
I'm not doing amazingly on middle level stuff. That's why I didn't immediately do it.
Everybody keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, let's keep going
If we
for
need
now.
one, then I can do one. Out of character. I've got 1 second level and no third levels left, but everything else is fine.
Right.
So,
Okay.
so if we need one, I can do one, but, I'm aware that we've got like a whole fucking mission to do.
Alright.
Yeah, we haven't even got
I
there
am
yet.
going to. Is there something I can put down to mark this spot for later reference?
Sure. What sort of thing do you have in mind?
I was thinking. Actually, yeah. Hold on. The explorer's pack I have will have torches in. I'm not going to light one.
I'm just going to stick one into the ground.
Yeah, I'm going to stick one into the ground.
Okay. Do you want to stick it into the place where you just cut a hole, or do you want to stick it into a different place?
Actually, might as well if it'll fit.
Okay, you shovel it down. There's about the resistance of digging wedging something into hard packed earth, but more of this blackish viscous fluid comes up.
Not much, but at least hopefully this will be notably incongruous. We can find it again.
It stacks up a fair bit. It does stand out if you're looking for it.
Such an urge to do something bad.
What are you thinking?
I want to message it and see if it responds.
I made it.
Yeah, it's a cantrip out of character. There's nothing to lose.
Hello?
Where are you directing this?
Like, into the bit that looks like skin, like as far as I can go in.
New message. Hello. Nothing.
Nobody that I heard.
Like I say, this strikes me as more remains than anything alive, but that still doesn't answer the question,
Still
where did it come from?
Bleeding.
Yeah, dead things don't bleed.
Well, not for very long, anyway.
The
I'm gonna
blood
try
flow
a
is
couple
not
of different
strong.
spots.
You spam the message around. Just roll me a d20 as you just do different spots.
I mean, it's a
Okay,
cantrip, so I do like a load, you know.
Yeah.
14.
Yeah,
Are
be
you most-
careful
are you-
though, because if you chuck it at a
Are you
patrol,
most-
Oh, I'm going like into the ground.
Yeah, into the ground. Are you largely sticking around this sort of scabrous area, or are you flying into a few different areas?
I don't go out of a range I can see because, again, like worrying about patrols.
Yeah, that's fine.
Um,
But like, is it just at the ground here, or are you like firing it at like trees and stuff?
try.
I'm going to
Yeah,
fire at a few
I'll
things,
try a
because
couple
why
of
not?
few different things. Let's go for a variety, but again, nowhere that I can't see.
I'm going to do a little bit into the water, because I'm worried about the water being full of
Scamp,
people.
also roll a d20, please.
Yeah.
While they're doing that, can I determine if this is...
14?
Sorry, go on.
What was that?
Oh, no, go. I was just saying 14.
14.
Go, but you go.
I was going to say,
Timothy.
can I determine if this is still bleeding or if it's draining?
It bled a little and then stopped.
Right, okay.
That would be your. So like, it's like it feels more like releasing fluid under pressure. It's not
Yeah,
it's
okay,
not like
cool,
a continuous flow.
Fine. Okay.
Okay, so there is, you flick around into different places. What did you get? You got a 16. Didn't you?
14.
14. Both of you get 14. The pair of you both happen to flick at a particular rock just covered in mouths and eyes. And both of you get a response of I say 3 pounds of
Who are you then?
did you
Yes.
hear that too? That rock there. Oh, boy.
Anyone in there?
Could you was this
That's quite scary.
Click.
Where have you come from?
behind you? Do you have the 4 pounds of
Oh, behind us.
I'm going to turn around, me. That's
I
fine.
don't need to turn around.
nothing but river and trees? Corzin, you see the rock
Oh.
splosh a little and slowly start rolling in your direction. It's about 60 feet away, and it moves at it moves very slowly, like 10 foot around slowly.
Oh, Corzin.
Yep.
And we can't use guns. That was a rule.
Right.
Yeah. Should we just go?
Holster.
Should
Yeah,
we go?
we need
Should
to
just
go.
leave it. It's slow. Let's just
We
go.
can't shoot at all on this mission. That was stated.
All right.
You gotta use knives, hun.
It's just this mound of
Holsters
eyes
it.
and mouths slowly rolls in your general direction, but the centipede can quickly outpace it.
I'm going to keep, several eyes on it, actually, to be
It
fair.
keeps several eyes on you.
Just keep following us.
Very slowly.
Why are you
it's,
following?
do you have whole... No, Mary,
Do you think this has a few people in it?
I honestly don't know.
We described to Corzin what we're
Yeah.
hearing, obviously, because that would be stupid
Yeah.
otherwise.
I'm not sure.
You only hear it when you message it.
I think we should probably keep away
Keep
from
an
it.
eye on it. Can I gaze into the ethereal plane and see if it looks different there?
You focus. Ooh, would you be able to see anything here? No.
Can't.
Let me just see. Nope. No different. Except that in the ethereal plane, this place is not a nightmare land. You just see a dry, dead version of the local farmland.
Okay.
Where everything has like crumbled from time.
Right, okay. Alright, well that was weird.
Does it continue to follow us?
For as long as you're within sight, but again, it's very easy to lose it.
I have no fucking idea what that is, and that's like horrifying.
Actually, no, wait, it's
to
not
me.
within sight. It's precisely 60 until you are beyond. No, it's within sight. It's within sight. So, yeah, until you lose sight of it. It continues following. Just slowly rolling along the ground until eventually you hear a soft splosh.
Goes into the water.
You see it pop into the water.
Well, I love this. How's everybody else feeling?
Where did that come from?
Awful. This is terrible.
Dreadful. Yeah. I hate it.
Because we didn't bring that here.
No, I mean,
No,
we might have
did not.
inadvertently attracted it here, which I'm kind of worried about, but we didn't bring it here.
No.
We need to talk to Fighty and see if he's seen anything like that before. And Clara.
Yeah, worth doing.
Because that will tell us if it's Dreamfold or if it's somewhere else.
If we want more inside Dreamfold knowledge, if we find that's something we need, I could always talk to Reginald or Jet as well.
True, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a
I mean,
good
actually,
shout.
Reginald probably doesn't fucking know anything. I love him, but I think he...
Reginald has
He is
one
Reginald.
area of specialty.
Yeah, if we need to know about stealing things, he's our elephant, but about anything else, possibly not. Jet, I feel, knows some things.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
keep moving.
Continue moving for the next 10-12 minutes until you emerge on the far side of the Nightmare region. One more stealth and perception check for this leg of the journey, please.
What manner of stealth?
You are back out in the open. You're still moving at full chittering creature speed, so these are with disadvantage again, please.
Okay. I get advantage, so it's a strict rule, so that's very
14 for me.
8 if I'm at
For stealth.
disadvantage.
26.
And what did you get, Cause?
8
8. Okay.
if I'm at disadvantage.
And
Yeah.
perception checks, please.
Perception for me is 22.
9!
26.
Okay. You are able to spot another couple of the Cavalier patrols. You're able to see the camp, the garrison camp again, this time from the opposite side of the... it's a little bit closer to this edge. So this is at the point at which you go into the Nightmare Land is the closest you can get to the garrison and still be visible. And it's about... I want to say like about 2,000 let's say 2,400 feet from this point where you exit is the closest you get to the garrison without being obscured by a nightmare roll if you're going along the water. The cavalry. Okay. Once again, wow. They do seem. You do see another cavalry unit. This time, only about 800 feet away. You just happened to be quite close when you emerged from like the extra tree coverage that the Nightmare region produces. Seem to immediately spot something leaving and turn and move, this time with more urgency, so go less of a trot and more of a canter to go investigate. Again, they're not immediately blowing the horn, but...
And they are 800 feet away.
Yes, and it's another group of 10 cavalry.
What do you think? Are they far enough away that we could just get out of sight of them?
I think that's the first thing we should try.
Yeah.
Yeah. If that's an option.
If you're going to just try and... So are you going to rely on your ability to just, like, essentially outpace them? Or are you going to try and scramble forwards but still still using as much cover as you can? Like,
How much further have we got to go before we meet the barge?
Another 3 miles or so. I'm folding this all into the last leg of the journey.
Yeah.
And it's just the fact that they rolled 2 natural 20s to spot you, so they spot you immediately the moment you leave.
The worst.
Yeah.
I mean, there is an option to go back into the nightmare so you can try and hide there.
I mean, there is actually plenty of cover in the nightmare region.
Yeah, let's
It's like a
drop back
nightmare
down
forest.
and try and re-emerge somewhere else.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, you're
Gonna
going to
lose
merge.
a bit of time.
Yeah, you're going to merge, not right next to the water, but somewhere else. So give me stealth checks with advantage this time to lose them.
14.
22.
19.
Okay.
And disadvantage to spot me still.
You scramble back in, leading the centipede with your centipede, and take cover behind a thicket of trees that don't look like trees. They look like branching tentacles made of jade that just root up out of the ground.
Did I make those?
No.
I didn't make these either. I'm saying this over message tone.
The grass around is, fortunately, bends like grass, but looks like just like semi-precious gemstones jutting out of the ground.
There's something very weird going on here.
And again, it's constrained to about a 30-foot region. However, you are able to use this for a bit of cover and then continue moving on as you see the cavaliers stop towards the edge and say, and you're just over here. I said, did you see something? I definitely saw something come out. What do you think it was? Looked like a large centipede or something. Not the worst. Keep a watch. You check down the river, see if it got into the water. We'll keep an eye out here. You evade them. Continue a few hundred feet further along the edge before leaving and going over ground.
Message to the other two. If we need an illusion anytime soon, though, I should do a centipede.
Good idea.
I want to know what they think is worse. What is the worst that they've seen?
Yeah, that's quite a scary question.
Well, that thing that was following us
Yeah, I
earlier
don't
was
like that.
disconcerting, to say the least.
Yeah, but I'd say a giant centipede's worse.
Well, you didn't get close to that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends what it is.
The next leg of your journey is smoother once you shake the pursuit. You continue keeping your bodies flat to the centipede's back as it scurries through the folds of the fields, and take a bit of an arc until you get back to the river. It does lose you time, though. Mm-hmm. So in the end, you end up taking the full hour and a half because you're just having to take a wider arc. However, as you do eventually return to the river, you continue scurrying onwards, and actually with a full hour and a half, that does mean that the centipede does pop at one point and you have to resummon it.
Ugh.
And just hide for 10 minutes while that happens. In fact, no, I'm going to hand wave that. You eventually spot what looks like a small, less of a village, more like a hamlet, like a homesteading with a few different, with a cluster of different buildings and a small jetty built onto the edge of the water. And you can see there a dark barge is in place. It's not like a full barge, but it's like a larger than average riverboat in size. And you actually can't make out the lettering on it, but as you begin to skitter close, you see Corzin, you catch sight of a flicker of light. It flickers away, flickers back. Flick, 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 flick. You are familiar enough with semaphore from your time as a sailor to recognize the code MUTTOM.
Alright, do I have with me a candle would be the...
Yes, you would have as part of your explorer's pack.
Right, okay. I will take out the candle. I'll say to you, I think someone's signalling to us. They just signaled mutton.
Oh, right.
Okay, do you want to use some magic light that we can get, like, flicker
Alright,
on
Yeah,
and off?
I mean, neither of us know the code, but if you tell us
Well,
how
alright,
many to do and when to do it.
If you can make your lights flash on and off, I can tell you the code.
Yeah.
Alright.
We should be able to just do it with minor illusion, either of us.
Yeah, you can. So, following Corzin's instructions, you're able to flash out in semaphore.
Fishbone.
Then letter by letter, fishbone. Once you have done that, the light on the other side flashes once and goes out. You continue chittering the rest of the distance until you reach the farmhouse, where you can see, with no lights now, there are groups of figures who are just moving the last of a series of crates and boxes into the barge in question. A couple of figures emerge, one of which you recognize. She pulls back a thick, sort of a wide hood, and you catch in the moonlight a glint of a high elf with blonde, straight hair held back with a braid and blue eyes, in a green dress and coat. Lady Grace gives you a thin smile and calls out, and her voice carries it through the air. Welcome. And I think we'll pick up with that meeting after these, no doubt important, messages.
Well, they say worse things happen at sea, so that's why I have spent my entire life as a bargeman. All the excitement, winds, and rough weather of being an actual sailor without ever really leaving dry land. You can haul grain, liquor, food, like, rate, share, and subscribe to Flintlocks and Fireballs and check out their Patreon. And you get the coveted knowledge of being able to know what exactly all the uses of a barge pole are.
And welcome back. As you approach in the dead of night, by this point, probably close to 1 a.m, you are met by two figures standing in the moonlight ahead of the barge / narrowboat, which is being leaded up. Ahead of the two is a figure you recognise, Lady Grace. She's a tall high elf woman. High elves tend to be fairly tall, with straight blonde hair held back with a braid. She has blue eyes, elegant fair skin, and she wears a green dress and a coat over it. So in this case, with a hood that she can place over herself. You can see that, as before, she has a silver necklace with a jade pendant that tucked down her shirt, and she wears rings on her fingers. Corzin, with your passive perception, you can also notice there is a small bump at her ankle under her dress, which you recognise as probably an ankle holster for a pistol.
Cool.
And you can see small square packets concealed by the coat, which are probably for ammunition.
Okay.
Some of the trees were jade, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay.
She has she did wear this. She has worn this necklace before, so the last time you saw her, she was also wearing it.
Cool.
In addition, there is another woman with her as well, standing to one side, and just generally gives you a nod, but otherwise keeps a broad eye out. A tall, athletic-looking half-elf woman with russet brown skin and tightly curled brown hair shaved at the sides, and you can just see in the moonlight a little bit of copper toning at the tips. She's wearing a forest green coat and an off-white shirt, again all filtered through the limited light, and you can see she's wearing fingerless gloves with against the cold. Well, there's not much cold. It's actually quite a muggy night, so she might, but she still has them with prominent silvery mage rings. She also does have a musket, but it is currently holstered on a back strap. Lady Grace looks to you and a voice carries and says, "Welcome. Your hair."
Hello.
I know, aren't I great? Don't I look lovely?
Yes, it's
Sorry, everyone's been mentioning your hair.
It's
And I was
okay.
getting
Your hair's
jealous.
lovely as well.
a fine shade of silver.
Very sweet.
Thanks.
Yeah, my hair happened.
And your eyes as well.
Yeah, there's some veins too that you can. So just to get that out of the way.
I see.
Magic happened. Yeah, that's actually the entire explanation I currently have.
It's quiet for a moment longer.
Genuinely, I'm not being rude. That's the actual explanation.
Then nods. I see.
Love the green as always. You're both excellently matching.
Welcome to New Altmark, Lady Grace.
She inclines her head with a soft smile. My apologies. This is Vivienne, my bodyguard.
Hello, Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you.
Does a little, slightly lazy salute. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
The Lady Grace, looks back to the barge. We are just about packed and ready to move on our way. We have a company with us of 20 soldiers. Hopefully, we should not need to use them. Sergeant Morris, are we loaded up? And you see a bald human man with a thick walrus moustache, who's one of a number of soldiers in kind of like those. They're technically wearing plain clothes and long coats, but they have the look of people who are used to being in uniform, trying to look civvy. To them.
Right, yeah.
The sergeant
Same way Oksana stands. Yeah.
gives a sharp salute. Almost about ready, ma'am. Good. We have enough of the company here to fire 2 barrages, if need be. That is a last resort.
We'd love to avoid that, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to warn you all.
That sounds
They
noisy.
are quite on watch this evening. We had to evade twice on the way here. Didn't get seen, but it was a close thing a couple of times.
Yes,
Did they
they've
show
got patrols
any-
out far.
Did they show any indication of expecting our arrival?
No.
Don't think so.
But they are expecting other things.
Yes, we managed to cover it as some things from the Nightmare Land.
Turns out, not all illusions. So, think that might be something it's only fair to mention.
I made an illusion like a few days back, but there are some things there now that I didn't make, so I'm not sure what's happened there. It's not me.
Concerning Vivienne, is this in your field
Yeah.
of study? Vivienne shakes her head. Not something I have encountered before, madame.
Yeah, jade trees, skin, floor, weird talky talk, boulders.
Giggling rocks.
Yeah. Anyone? No.
Vivienne raises an eyebrow, smiles a little in
Thought I'd
amusement.
ask.
It certainly seems like a nightmare.
Yeah. That was the plan. But again, you can only really make illusions of things you've either seen or thought of. All of those things I didn't. They weren't there.
Also, you don't make the illusion of thought.
We were getting I also
thought.
can't create life, thankfully, for everyone here. So, yeah, there are some things that seem kind of alive, which I didn't make. So it's just worth throwing out there before we go past it, Also, the river's sort of bleeding. Big
That, in
shruggy arm
fairness,
gestures.
some of it you intended, but not quite in the way that you intended at the bit you went to.
I think I would have intended the river to be weird and black. I don't think
Weird
I would have
and black,
thought to
yeah.
make it bleeding.
In which case, a lot of it would be weird and black, but some bits are like red and some bits are obviously bleeding then.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, black and grey, I
Black
think,
and
would
grey,
be.
yeah.
my
Nevertheless,
I think we did say River
you did
of
say
Blood.
River of Blood at a
some
couple of
point.
points,
That
I
does
think,
sound
way
familiar.
back when. So there's some bits that are black and grey, some bits that are like your vision of River of
But,
Blood,
like-
but then there's also some bits that aren't your vision of a River of Blood.
Yeah, not how I pictured it.
Yeah, like a real River of Blood would be nearly
Yeah.
black and viscous, whereas I think what we
You went for, like,
was
red
red
water.
and
Like a river of blood
scary.
in a rubbish
Yeah.
film.
Yeah, in a B movie, as opposed to
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
actual points where it just appears to be a river of blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, not sure what's happened there, but thought it was worth informing you all. But it does give us a nice sort of cover story if they think they've seen anything.
All right.
Yeah, because they have been seeing things. They've been fighting things. Things that sort of melted away. So maybe someone else has done some illusions, or maybe it's something worse.
Hard to know.
But we know there's stuff out there that isn't
Jacob
illusion.
sent word that you had some illusionists on site.
Yes, but I don't think this is their work.
Then this is probably something unexpected. Very well. We'll deal with it.
We will.
They've not been here really long enough to do that. They've been elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, our illusionists are a little bit laid up right now, as far as I understand it. They had kind of a bad time in the battle. All right, but recovering.
We'll see what we can do about that. Let's get everybody onto the boat then. And
Yeah, I've got a thing that I want to do that lasts an hour. What stage within this journey is going to be a good time to do that?
what do you have in mind?
Summon a demon.
Temporary one.
Temporary one. Sorry to be a bit blunt. We've been accused of being demon summoners, and I'm sort of just going with it now.
I see. So you cannot create life, but you can.
No, I just bring it here for a bit. It buggers about, and then it goes away again.
I wouldn't
You
have put it
were
quite
right,
that way, but
Ma-
yeah.
You are right, madame. They are quite amusing. Grace smiles at her.
You say we were amusing. Excellent.
Not quite in those words.
What did
All
you
right.
say?
I enjoyed your company.
That's nice. I enjoyed yours.
As you start heading aboard the boat, I would say if we are noticed, or if things get especially tricky, Vivienne
Trouble is, it takes a minute to cast.
Vivienne here will Vivienne here's job is chiefly to protect me, but if need be, she may be able to assist from a distance. We do have a vested interest in going this through, but I would prefer not to get directly involved. I'm hardly armoured for the occasion.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough.
You climb.
I mean, if things get really bad, we have some big stuff we can pull, but let's avoid that.
How long is it going to take us to get near where their camp was?
You'll be near the camp, sort of close enough to really see the camp for the last mile before you hit the nightmare, and then immediately once you come back out of the nightmare again. So you've currently got, of the 6 miles you're travelling, about the next 3 miles are going to be mostly quiet river journey.
Okay. I might do it I'll start the summoning just before we get near
That sounds like a good idea.
So we have it if we need to draw them away at the camp, and if not, we have the distraction for the first hour of Nightmare World.
Very good.
But it's going to be my big one. That's the big one for the day.
I think it might be worth it.
Who's captaining the barge?
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Captain Horhace?
Commodore now, apparently.
Congratulations on your promotion. Or
I've gone up in the world.
I can tell I have some things to catch up on.
Indeed.
Maybe we should have drinks or something.
It's been a bit of a busy week.
You can tell me about it during the barge journey. We're going to have an hour or so.
A house fell on me this morning.
You can tell me about that as well. Now, Commodore Horhace.
I'm really enjoying telling
this
people,
is Captain
I'll be honest.
Talbot, whose barge we'll be travelling on. An
Pleasure.
elderly halfling in a thick coat with touzled grey hair, looks like to be his late hundreds, not quite, maybe like,
Or like hell
elderly
old.
halfling, but like one of those people who's like tilled this boat their entire life and is clearly like tough as teak. Squints at you, shoves out a hand.
I take it and I shake it.
Pleasure, Commodore.
A fine ship you have here.
Talbot. Thank you very much. Liza, you'll take us where we need to go.
Right. So, I think possibly what we're going to want to do in order to give us the best chance of not being seen here is have someone up in the crow's nest for the entire time.
Not a bad idea. We used to do that sort of thing back in the days when I was... when I've conveyed the odd midnight package before. Get the feeling that Captain Talbot has smuggled a few things in his time.
Yeah.
Captain Talbot, Celestia Stardust, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
So, quick question. Is this under a sanctum effect at all?
Nope. It's just a riverboat.
Cool.
Mostly, sort of thing I tend to move. I just... Rob isn't. Mostly, something I tend to move. I try not to draw that sort of attention. To which Grace notes, however, Vivienne is capable of producing one. And now that we are in place, Viv, if you would care to... Of course. This is going to take me 10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes well spent.
There's a quiet 10 minutes while... In fact, actually, Vivienne can do this while the boat is moving. So for there's 10 minutes of the bar once the barge is underway, where she just goes around the ship, setting up small little silvery tokens, latching or bolting them into place.
If they can't track us via any means other than visually, that gives us options.
Yeah. Helps.
I have a little experience with these things. This should prevent basic scrying and also should render us invisible to arcane eyes and such. Hopefully,
Excellent.
Our information network has not been compromised.
Ugh.
Well, either way, I think this will be a great help.
Yeah, we will also be able to tell if anyone's trying to scry or do arcane eye on us, which is helpful.
Yes, I'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
In fact, this seems like as good a time as any. There is in fact a bit of quiet stretch ahead as you make your way. As the boat is, in fact, actually, before as you're readying the boat, are you creating? Are you trusting to the boat just going downstream, or are you going to try and like chain it to seahorses or something?
Oh yeah. Do you want a seahorse to make it go faster?
We want that option. Yes. Let's
make
get
it
the seahorse in
louder.
place.
Okay. No, they'll be
true,
underwater.
Might
So,
as well then.
Captain Talbot pipes up. I assume that you're referring to something a little larger than your average seahorse, some of this magic-y stuff.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's like a magic
Right.
giant horse.
I
Well,
forget that they're not that size. I've not seen normal-sized seahorses.
No, the regular sized seahorses, and Corzin holds up like his hands about like 4 or 5 inches.
They're way smaller than
they're
that.
like the size of Corzin's thumb, actually. Like at most, they're like real seahorses are tiny.
Super tiny.
Cool. He goes, right. Well, we can do that. Faster. I don't know if these seahorses are going to make no noise, but boat going through water is going to slap on water if we go too fast.
Yeah, but we'll have a little more control over it, and if we need to go faster because of like a combat situation, that
But
might
I guess
be
we could
possible.
start going slower, and then if we need to run, that might be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stick with you, and I can give them like the speed that you think is the
Okay.
sensible speed.
All right, you follow my lead.
Because I trust you a lot more than I
Follow
trust
my
me.
lead then, and we'll work this out. You do conjure once again. This time mottled green. I'm assuming. More.
Oh yes, a little bits of red since the water's red.
Not up here, but it will be later. There's 4 more huge seahorses, which you harness to the boat. Captain Talbot is willing to move a little faster, and he seems to like listen to the boat and judge a speed closer to about 3 miles an hour, as the fastest he can go without breaking his own personal limit for sound. So this means that the journey will be done in 2 hours instead of 3. Mm-hmm. So that's actually pretty good. You make your way down the river. Even so, there's a bit of time before you start getting close to the patrols. And as you respectively lie in wait or perch atop the mast, if it's either now or like later, you can choose to.
I think I'll go up the mast like around about the time that Scamp is summoning Lux.
So to begin with, you're all kind of quite low down and just
Because I think that's probably when I'd need to cast,
Yeah.
really.
just
Yeah.
keeping low profiles on the boat. Captain Talbot is handling the tiller, keeping the Liza Lee on track, making its way down the
Actually, as we
water.
start going past the nightmare city, I'd love to go up the mast and see if I can
Yeah,
see anything else.
we'll do that. But first, as you're clustering, a middle-aged sort of halfling, looks like Talbot's son or grandson or something like that, hands you all some cups of tea in little warm, in like little covered wooden cups.
Oh, thank you.
No worry.
I'm alright, thanks.
It's nice. Even though it's a warm night, the extra warmth is good. Lady Grace.
I'm not drinking anything from anyone. I
Lady
trust
Grace.
no one.
Before she thinks about it.
Lady Grace takes. Lady Grace waits to see. Waits for a moment until glance at Vivienne. Viv takes a sip, swirls it, nods. They swap cups. Lady Grace drinks. I've had some enemies in my time.
I don't doubt it.
Know that feeling?
Seems you must attract a number in your line of work.
Comes with
Just a few.
hazards being professional revolutionaries, yeah.
Yeah, we now rank as an assassinatable threat.
Apparently so. There've been a few attempts.
Well, I normally would recommend setting yourself up with someone like Vivienne, but fortunately, the three of you seem to do a good job for each other.
I can deal with poisons, most of them, if I know that they're there.
Yeah, you're not bad at poison, actually, are you?
I have ways and means. He winks.
She
And
smiles.
the octopus sort of, like, I was going to say, just jiggles slightly.
No one on the boat reacts to the spirits, by the way.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that any of the crews of the soldiers who are like just most of the soldiers are below decks. They have weapons like readied, but like to one side in case they're needed. But are just staying low and keeping quiet. They're as it were below in the hold, stowed with the sugar and by that I mean with the guns. But now up above and under the barge, under the hood of the barge, it's mostly the five of you and. Captain Talbot is at the back, just manning the tiller.
Cool.
So, how have you been? Asking Lady Grace.
Well, I had to evacuate my townhouse.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no. That was going to be necessary eventually. I do actually have I believe I have an estate somewhere around here that I never visit. But it's not inside the city wall. Well, with no walls, but not within the within Hickory Island. So I'm afraid I can't invite you in.
That's fair enough. I love that you don't know where your estate is.
Well, I'm not from this angle.
Fair
I
enough.
normally would come in by ship.
It looks a little bit the same.
Apart from the distant forest of screaming mouths.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
smiles
that's
slightly.
new.
No, well enough. I've been working with Ms. Leodon and Master Boot.
Yeah, I know them well. How are they? How are they doing?
Well, it seems that someone managed, she gives you the three of you a significant look, to set the pair of them up with a competent captain and some guards, enough to form a nucleus for training further troops. Some of the local Bell founders were able to get in touch with them. I made some introductions, and they're using their estate as a place to serve as staging grounds.
Okay. It's good.
Yes, it's nice to see the Van der Sar estate being used for something productive for once.
Yeah, sounds like they're doing a lot with it.
Quite right. And personally, do they seem okay? They're friends.
Well
Haven't been able to
enough.
talk to them in a while.
Yes, I understand they were recently reunited.
Yes.
As far as I know, well, no marital troubles or anything like that. I mostly know them in a professional capacity.
No. Thought you might just.
No. I introduced them to a sending mage I'm familiar with.
Thank you for that. It's been appreciated
Set
to be
up
able to get in
the,
contact with them.
Yes, they set up the sanctum around the estate.
No, it's good. Very good.
I understand that you are to be congratulated on your victories at the River Hound.
Yes, we were
Yeah.
able to
We
repel
lived,
them,
so, you
at
know.
least.
I'm afraid one only gets so much detail by sending.
It was one victory out of two we need.
Yes.
And we did take quite a lot of losses, so
Nasty, yeah.
which we can't afford to let happen
No.
next time.
Well,
Next one needs to be better.
it is my hope that she pats the sideboard of the bit where you're kind of kneeling, but to indicate the boat. Let us hope the Liza Lee can make a difference there.
Hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you for organising this.
Of course. I've been in contact mostly with Hannah in the past, but she's introduced me to Jacob. I've not personally met Torfast.
I assume they're in need of those troops at the estate in the near future.
They largely
troops that
will
they're
be,
training.
but she thinks for a moment. If we are able to secure transportation, we may be able to get additional companies in that they can spare right now to bring more bodies.
Day.
She nods. Forward intelligence?
Yes.
Yes, we have intelligence.
Can you tell me? We are sanctioned.
Uh,
I trust Vivienne with my life. Viv, would it be assuring if Vivienne set up a privacy ward? It will block sound from entering the space around us or leaving.
I mean, yeah.
Yes, also, can you prove you yourself somehow?
A good choice. When we first...
Can I touch your face for a start? It's just a little, like, that's just...
Whichever of us you
First
feel
step.
most comfortable with, it doesn't matter who it is.
I would... She clearly does seem a little uncomfortable with the idea of her face being touched, but gestures to Scamp. Since they asked, "You can touch my face. We first met in my carriage when you were with a fine gentleman who propositioned the idea of establishing his own sausage works."
And how do you spell his name?
Which part?
Surname?
The difficult, all of it, all the hard bits.
Walter Wilbur Williker Warburtittle, and Warburtittle is spelt WARLBURLTITTLE. I did ask. Apparently 2 of the L's are silent.
I refuse to believe that you're a real person, that you remembered how to spell that. I'm certain it's all over. We have to chuck you off the boat.
We went through contracts. I had to instruct the solicitors how to draw it up.
Okay, that'll do it. Fair enough.
She smiles wanly and nods.
But yeah, that little privacy ward wouldn't go amiss here.
Vivienne,
Just in case.
the modified silence, if you would. Vivienne adjusts her rings. All of the background sound fades.
Find out what fucking day it is.
You can't hear the river, you can barely hear the creaking of little bits of boat, but most of it is suppressed. It's as if the wind is gone, the distant sound of wildlife, and outside of the nightmare woods there is wildlife. It's like you're in an enclosed room with just the 5 of you. Well, 7 if we include Marjorie and Geoffrey, but they're kind of quiet and seem to be keeping themselves busy.
They're being well behaved. They're in polite company.
22nd of falling leaves. Don't know what time.
Okay. What do we have an idea of troop movements? What sort of resources? What their plan of attack is? Anything like that?
God, do I have anything?
It's changed a little bit since we won, to be honest. What we knew last time was their plans were based on the assumption that they would take the
that's
battery.
the last plan update that we have, but we might be able to get some more intelligence the next day or two.
Understood.
But they've got ships coming. I think they might be waiting on
They're
those.
definitely
Is that
waiting on
right?
ships. I'm not sure how many. Hopefully we might be able to give you some numbers in the next couple of days. So
To the best of my
might be able to-
understanding, there is at least 1 first rate that could reach here within that time frame if they've moved it quickly. First rates are operators, carriers, so there's a likelihood they may have eagle riders as well.
Right.
There was talk of a fortress beast as well.
They don't have a fortress beast here in the colonies. There is one in Orsyria, but that would mean at least potentially 2 months of journey across the ocean to reach here.
Yeah, they're not fast, are they?
No, they travel at a pace around equivalent to a first rate, so 4 knots tops, maybe 3.5 on their usual travel speed. They're quite slow, but once they arrive, there is a land-based fortress beast, but that is currently in performing what you'd call peacekeeping in St. Gregorsville as part of the occupation of the Sulian territories. It would not be able to reach here in time.
Well, that's good.
How long would it take to get the soldiers, like, if we were to be able to nick some of them troops, how long would it take to get them here? Would they get here in time?
It depends how we travel. Overland, it has taken us 5 days to get here because the roads are not well maintained. Oversea, were you able to, you can be to Thunder's Watch in a day and a half. So less with your boat. I understand your ship. I understand that the Kraken's Bane, from what the harbour master was able to tell me, is a splendidly well cut vessel.
Yes, it is.
Oh, shipwreck's quite something.
I would appreciate a reference. I'm sure I would like to get. I'm sure that we'll be in need of
an invaluable
well-made
person
ships.
to know.
Oh, definitely.
No, definitely. We'd be happy to put you in touch. She's
Name?
excellent.
There is a trouble of we can't really take the ship out
That
anytime
is the problem.
soon.
Right now, as I understand it, a full escort would be difficult. But given the speed of your ship, it might be possible for you to essentially do a blockade run.
That's...
You would need to escape the ships here, leaving the remainder of the ships you have to defend, which they would be able to do until such time as their reinforcements arrive. And I understand we have our own reinforcements coming?
We do.
I see.
We do.
Then, in theory, it would be possible for you to take the Kraken's Bane to Thunder's Watch. If there were a pre-arranged time for the troops to meet you, there are some coves nearby. Someone, I believe Captain Scorch, would have a better understanding of the local smugglers' coves in this matter. You might be able to pick them up, load them aboard, and get them back before being caught. I would advise against engaging in an extended fight, but you might be able to get up to at least 2 companies already armed and trained here. It would be risky.
We can't take the
We can't
ship
right now.
What are your restrictions on being able to do so?
We really can't talk about it, actually.
Someone with a grudge who will be a problem that we are not prepared for.
She thinks for a moment. I see. You're anticipating perhaps
We're anticipating an ambush.
Ambush or... Yes.
Yeah. One that we're not prepared for.
Do you know if this is...
One that's not involved in the war as well.
Not involved in the war, interesting.
This is bringing a third combatant into what is already a mess.
Presumably, do you have any information about where or how they would like to strike? Would it be over open water somewhere, or are they timorous enough to strike near these waters.
As far as we know, in open water.
We don't have that information,
really.
though. Not really.
Concern. Think on it. The route is short, and it is close to home. It may be that your opponents will wait until there is somewhere where they are unlikely to be seen by patrol vessels.
Small
If they
character
are, I
clarification.
assume pirates or similar. You say they're a third party, so
Yeah.
not all Syrian.
No.
Could we do the same journey in a comparable amount of time in the Witch's Tit?
Pardon?
I wanted the.
Oh, sorry. Is that?
Oh, it's, you
I assume
go.
you're asking that. You asked that for a moment to the others out loud, and
Yeah.
but you're really thinking about it.
I mean, the witch's tit is still a problem.
The Witch's Tit. You can't gun it in time.
No, but it goes
You
it
can
goes
crew
down
it
in the fight.
time. It goes down in the fight in Newmark.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It goes down before the
It
ambush
goes down
fight.
before that.
But the Witch's Tit, you would know, is comparable. You have estimated is comparable in speed to a frigate. So it's fast. It's not as fast. If Scamp were pushing it with wind, it could go faster.
Mm-hmm.
But so. Yeah, that's the thing. You got it's fast, but it's not the cutting edge ship that the Kraken's Bane is. You could make it, but it might mean a slightly longer journey. Essentially, it might go from 2 days of travel to 3 days, depending on wind and tides and sailing.
And overland? How long did you say?
It took us 5 days. I'm sorry, the roads are really not good here.
How long do we have longer than 5 days?
Did you have magic horses or?
It's the 15th now.
I think technically it's the 16th, but yes.
Still.
If we were quick, we could do it over land. It might be a matter of me sorting it out with Leah tonight.
That might be an idea. The trade-off there would be.
If we had to go and get them, we wouldn't be able to do anything else, which is a nightmare, actually. But if they were willing to come over land, that's different.
If
We might have to give them a bit of help at some
it
point.
took
to
them
get
5 days
through.
overland, how much time does that leave us before?
If they begin, you say the 22nd, if they begin arriving, they should arrive, if they set off today, they should arrive the day before the anticipated date.
Alright, we would need to get on it then, because if they arrive tired and unprepared, they're going to be of limited use. And coming over land, they will be.
I could get there. I could get them back faster. I'd need a whole probably day and to rest afterwards. But if I spent everything moving people,
That's a point. I mean, how many actual bodies are we talking
what
here?
You're saying in front of the wizard we don't know.
I know. That's why I'm sort of being a bit vague. But if we do it,
True.
everyone knows.
Again, that was message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could potentially do that.
How many people could we get over?
How long do you think it would take us on magic horses at full pelt to get there?
Allowing for rest, you can usually travel 80 miles a day via repeated phantom steed. You'll be extremely sore, but you can. Vivienne thinks on this for a moment. In fact, I need to just take a moment to consult my own notes, so... She nods. Going over land, you could do it in a little, perhaps a day and a half. But you cannot transport an entire 2 companies of troops that way. We're talking about perhaps nearly 1,000 people.
Message.
How many people could you get in, like, say, 60 feet?
Thanks for a moment. Within 60 feet, You could perhaps, if they 60-foot circle or 60-foot square.
Circle.
Radius or diameter. Sorry, from radius. With the radius, you might perhaps, if they all stood very close, be able to get them together in just about. It would be a very tightly packed crowd, but you could.
Not all of them.
I'm thinking hard, but like if you really pack them like sardines, you can fit 1,000 people.
So if someone can dash 60 feet in a round, the portal is open for a round.
We run into...
How many people can get through?
Okay. That is essentially a question of putting aside for a moment the problem of you've never had two people run into it from different directions at once, so you don't know.
You don't know
what
if that works.
happens.
One person comes out and it's really concerning.
You know that the portal can be entered from any direction because it looks like a circle, but it's obviously a sphere. But you don't know what happens if two people meet in the middle. Mm-hmm. There is presumably going to be a limit of how many people can fit through that space at once. Your estimate is around a dozen if they're all like in a line and charging. And this is literally, it's not the number of people in one space, it's the number of people who can fit through a roughly person-sized aperture.
Yeah.
Like, charging one at a time. There's a reason why teleport circle is not usually used to transport armies, but you can transport like a strike squad. It's great for adventurers. It's not good for army transport.
How many teleport circles does it take to transport 1,000 people is basically what we're asking, isn't it?
About 80.
About 80. Yeah,
we can't do that.
How many spell slots
Not
do I
80.
get?
Not 80. And they're level 5, so it's basically... Even assuming you convert all of your lowest level spells into sorcery points, I would be surprised if you could manage more than a dozen. Which would conceivably, like, you could get like maybe 140 people through. Maybe 150 at a push, but...
It's a silly number of people,
that's something,
honestly.
but it's... Yeah.
But...
What if they sat on each other's shoulders?
It's the portal is not that high. And also,
what
at
if
that
we
point...
squash
At that point...
What if we find someone who can
At
cast
that point, there's
minimise?
a serious risk of people like falling off and bundling into each other and reducing the rate of flow.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's a moment as the three of you are silently contemplating the mechanics.
I feel like it's just this, like, you know that GIF where it's like triangles and shit?
Yeah, all the mathematics.
You have a maths GIF, everyone knows which one we mean.
Yeah.
So a moment of all three of us.
Okay, that might be a bit of a problem.
I'm not sure that would work, would it?
No, but we really... Can we risk the boat? I don't know that we can either.
An
My
option
only
is,
thought was they might be
after all
expecting
of
the Kraken
this,
Spain, they wouldn't be expecting that.
What?
My only thought was they might be expecting the Kraken Spain, but they won't be expecting that.
Why not?
Well, they don't know we have it yet.
Because of
they have any
things
informers
I messaged to the other two,
in the city?
the eye that she definitely has, we have to assume she knows everything.
Alright then.
We can't assume she doesn't know things, darling.
We did also, leave it... It's not exactly subtle. Half the city knows we've got it. Anyone with an informer knows about that boat now.
I mean, if we tried over land, would we have to accompany them for the whole journey, or could we meet them, or how would that even work?
Yeah, could we do what we've done here, basically, and meet them?
My assumption would be the region between here and Thunder's Watch, if they travel by night, conceal themselves in the day, and there are places to do so. We did the same. We were able to successfully bring a wagon train here. They would be able to get close to the city. However, the last stretch would be the most dangerous. That is where they are likely to be engaged, and if they're not careful, caught in a running battle or encircled by the redcoats.
Yeah.
That is the most dangerous part. We'll have 2 companies unaccompanied, and it would be danger. It is possible to sally forth with those that we have. Perhaps the wisest move might be to... I'm not sure. There might be somewhere... They could certainly get within a day's journey, within 20 miles or so safely. Once they got over the horizon, so within about 10 miles or so, there's a chance that all Syrian patrols would spot them. And then it would be a pitched battle.
Okay, so we need to go and fetch them or help them at the end.
But they could set off now. And indeed, I could arrange for Viv to send to Ms. Leodon's sending mage and start and get that set up.
That's probably the best bet if we can't take them by sea.
I don't see how we can take them by sea without potentially getting a lot of people killed. And, on a less personal note, having one less ship.
Yeah.
True, although...
I will have them provide details of the commanding officer so you can send to them when the time is right for the final leg of the journey.
What are we needed for on that last day?
Well, potentially, that depends. Getting them securely into the city is the most pressing thing. Once they're onto Hickory Isle, the enemy cannot as easily trap and either force a surrender or a rout.
Yeah, the patrols that we have, or that we've already encountered out here, are just that at the moment, patrols. If we can overwhelm them, cause them to retreat, or at least clear the way for the troops arriving. Perhaps with the forces we already have in the city.
Maybe. We also don't want to be risking troops just before the battle happens.
Yeah.
We'd be better off with a sting operation for people to help them in.
Alright.
In which case,
Also,
perhaps,
at a push, the Sunset Girls.
Yeah.
if you have multiple strike teams, then perhaps your idea is not a bad one. You could take half of the patrols, they could take the other half, and you could attempt to blind our opponents. In fact, I have a recommendation. One team would be best taking out the scouts, and the other should go after the Gold Hawks.
Gold Hawks?
The Diviner Battery.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah, we do need to
we
take
can
care
really
of
do
them.
with them being gone. They were awful before.
Indeed. However, that is something to consider in another time. In principle, do you agree then that the best strategy is to set the troops moving as soon as possible and then arrange for their path to be clear on the final day?
Yes.
I think so.
I
I
think
think we need
so.
all the people we can get.
Understood. Vivian, would you take care of that?
If Leah and Michael are okay with it, of course.
Vivian nods. I will make inquiries.
Thank you.
This will take some of my concentration. Do you have further things to discuss under... She gestures in the air.
I can't think of anything, can you two?
No.
Not right this moment, no.
Thank you, Viv. Of course, mother. You hear there's a moment where she frowns a little, adjusts some of the sound, some of the rings, and the gentle sound of the river returns.
Well, that's potentially very helpful, thank you.
Not a problem. Viv goes to one side to start her sendings, murmuring quietly. You notice that Viv actually uses a somewhat opaque code, a series of shortened words, possibly to condense information, and possibly just for reasons of military security. Although Vivienne is not wearing a uniform per se, she certainly appears to be familiar with military practice in these matters. The Lady Grace glances back and smiles a little. She was a good find.
Where did you find her?
Oh. She was actually a scholarship student. Military standard. Was discharged after an embarrassing incident. One of my people got in contact with her and I arranged for her education to be paid for and completed, and a job for her when she graduated.
Oh, that's kind of you.
I believe in investing in people. People... Some of my contemporaries are firm believers that you can buy people, or that everyone has their price, and I would say that everyone has needs. Find that need, supply it, show that you can be trusted, and you can, in time, build loyalty. I trust Vivienne with my life.
I'm sure that trust is well placed.
She has saved it multiple times.
Yep, that sounds pretty well placed.
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, factory investment is a little more cutthroat than one might originally anticipate.
Oh, believe me, I'll believe it. Yeah, it's...
You're in trouble with the sausages. I've got some if you'd like one.
Well, if Bruno was anything to go by, it is rather a cutthroat world.
Ah, yes, Walter did talk about that. No, unfortunately, fortunately, Walter is a little busy at the moment. I've arranged for him to be one of the primary ration suppliers going forward.
Oh.
I mean, those things are key.
That's steady work for him, too.
Indeed, and that should hopefully put him and my own investment in his business in a comfortable position for the future.
Okay.
So, a lot of soldiers are going to get used to eating wieners.
Honestly, they're really good. So, that makes sense.
As I understand it, Sergeant Morris tried one and just immediately shouted and almost exclaimed, "Hot dog," upon doing so.
Is that the turns of phrase they have out here?
Is it like howdy doody? Should I start saying it?
Howdy!
That was awful. I'm never doing it again.
It was awful. Never do it again.
I try not to do the howdy-doody thing either.
I love saying howdy doody.
It just never sounds right in
Go
my
on,
voice.
say howdy doody just once for me. I've had
She
a bad
smiles
day.
but does not.
Please.
Oh.
I'll keep asking you every time you're off guard.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
I'm sure you will, Celestia. Now,
I'm going to greet you every time I meet you and say howdy doody from now on.
And much joy may it bring you.
It will bring me a lot of joy.
We'll need to be on our guard soon. A last question.
Oh, yeah.
For my own curiosity, as we've not really spoken much. What brought you into this? Into this fight, into this war?
All of us?
All of you. I'm genuinely curious. Everyone has their motivations.
Injustice?
I think,
Yeah, we're not fans.
yes, much like you, we realised that there was a point after which we couldn't just pretend this wasn't our fight anymore.
We were totally ready to not get involved in this one. We'd done a revolution. But we're not very good at not getting involved.
All the same shit.
If something doesn't seem right, we sort it.
Revolution. You were involved in Seoul then?
Yeah.
Yes.
A little bit.
With, which faction?
Out of character, I have no
I mean,
idea.
You ultimately
current
with the final
government.
government, with the sort of university elites type and moderates.
Savat and Co.
Ah, the new president.
Yeah.
Very low.
Like, he's a bit of a twit sometimes, but he's less of a twit than a lot
he's
of
not
them,
perfect,
so...
but-
Few people are. He has a good affectation of humility, at least, taking on the term president. Quite a low-ranking title. Fun fact. Historically, before the elevation of president to mean a head of state, it's literally just like the president of your local bowling club.
Right,
It's actually quite a low status title.
Yeah.
Just as someone who presides over meetings.
Interesting. I was not aware of that.
I wasn't either.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was actually, if you go into real life history, it was a deliberate choice in the US to have quite a low sounding title.
I suppose it's
Flintlocks
like
and Fireballs and fun facts.
Yes.
I suppose it's like referring to yourself as the general secretary.
Yeah.
Secretary of State. There's a lot of them are low-sounding roles. Home Secretary.
Well, it all turned out for the best, one hopes.
I hope so.
Better, we hope.
Yes.
And if not, we'll go back and fix it again. And I think knowing that we'll do that might keep us being sensible
And I think on
for a
that
bit.
note, it's one of the reasons why we couldn't stay uninvolved here, is we had the ability to possibly make things better, and if we didn't take that chance and use that ability, then well, what is the point?
Yeah.
What are
Sometimes
we
you've got to
even
make
doing
changes
here?
where you see you can.
Indeed. I must say, you are three very confident, capable people.
Oh goodness, when did that happen?
Comes
Quite
with the
the question.
territory, I suppose.
You remember when I told you our house fell on me this morning, right?
Yes.
Capable.
Well, you seem to have survived it with no obvious injuries.
Oh, I can assure you, we're all aching in several places, but we have been healed.
Access a bit.
Don't worry, most of the scars are psychological.
Yeah.
You learn to live with them.
What about you then? Why are you bothered? Not to be rude.
I would actually like you to make a persuasion check, please.
Okay. Good at that.
This is just to see how open she's willing to be.
Natural fucking 20.
Nice.
Which is?
She's
35, mate.
Okay. She studies you for a lot. For
That's what I wanted
it's
to
a
hear.
slightly long pause for a moment before answering.
Just kind of look openly back at her. Try not to look hostile.
In truth,
If you would.
I am trying to save the world. I have seen the future.
Huh.
I know what it brings. And if things continue on this path, then we are all doomed.
When have you seen the future?
Are you... Is this a
Metaphorically
metaphor?
speaking, I have seen the future. I am
Oh.
an
Oh.
observant. She pauses at this. That seems to log something. Continues. I have watched the world for much of the 3 centuries I've been on the surface of this world, and I see the way that history rhymes. Again and again, a cycle in which one people become dominant and push down another. And in the fullness of time, that people rises up and pushes down and exterminates others. Perhaps the first, perhaps others entirely. A sort of tawdry game of musical chairs, if you will. No, that metaphor doesn't work. Metaphors are not my strong suit. It happened with ancient Tyre. They crushed and enslaved the people of Jova. They beat down the giants. Then they fell. Others rose up to replace them. The empire that would have been of Peter the Lion rose up, collapsed, scattered. And now, here and elsewhere, I see kingdoms rising to empires, built on the backs of others. And every time there is the risk that things will end, because the world is changing. When I was a child, people fought with arrows and swords. Then came the handgun, then cannon, then musket. Artillery grows stronger. Bombs may be dropped from the skies. Change comes faster. I've seen what the machines in my factories can do. I cannot see the future, but I can guess. And if this trend continues, and our world has the same foundation it has now, then it will all end in fire.
You're an unusually insightful person. Do you know that?
She inclines her head a little.
They do say age breeds wisdom.
Not in all things. But this is what I see, and it is my life's goal to stop this.
Good goal.
Is there anything in particular we can ever help with?
She nods.
We're quite invested in that ourselves.
I have hopes that this will be a start, a change. There must be no king here, no queen.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Aristocracy, nobility, dooms, and I say this as someone with a title myself, dooms us to that structure where we stand higher on the backs of others. It is the path that will lead to everyone being destroyed.
Well, hopefully if it can be done here, it can be done elsewhere.
Somebody once told me that nobility is a lie and it only works as long as people believe it.
Then it is a corrosive lie.
Oh, it's a good lie. That's the scary thing about it.
Many good lies are.
It's...
But eventually people stop believing it, and when they do, things burn.
Blood.
And some burnings may seem good at first, but if the fire spreads wide enough... When Tyre burned, the rule of elves was lost, and with it, 12 centuries of architecture, advancement, knowledge. Jova was plunged into an age of darkness. When the first Tang Empire fell for its cruelties that it levied upon the non-goblins within its borders, so fell all of its knowledge. Not all. Some was carried away to other places. I have read reports of the cities of the giants that still lie scattered in these lands. This is the fate that awaits Calcinea. If tyranny is permitted.
You're an excellently unusual person. For your reaction to be not to want the power for yourself.
Power is useful, but power is only useful to do things with. One must find, when you see what needs to be done, none of the rest of it matters. Comforts, I don't deny the value of a good glass of wine, but when I see one, I think, how can I use this to bring someone on side? Who loves wine? Well, who likes fine art and paintings? Every step must advance towards this goal. If I do not try to save the world, who will?
That's
Well,
the question that we've been posed with several times.
She smiles a little at that. Good.
It does sound very lonely.
Surely you can't be the only person with this goal.
I mean, you're demonstrably not.
I'm not.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
how you know.
we're here. That's like 4
I have
already.
gathered others to try and assist.
Wouldn't mind meeting some of them.
You've met 3 already.
Who have we met?
The Bellfounders.
Ah. They're excellent.
Yeah.
I started them to make sure that we could gather together people to try and build this kingless place.
I like that.
But we'd like to
Yes.
help.
Good. I would appreciate your help. You are 3 driven, capable people,
Well,
if with your own idiosyncrasies.
No denying that.
Fair few.
yeah, Corzin's a big idiosyncrasy. What's an idiosyncrasy?
She's saying we're weird.
Oh yeah, no, Corzin's super
I-
It's
weird.
the only weird one here.
I don't think you could describe any of us really as particularly normal.
How dare you?
Have you met me? Jeffrey, don't put that in your mouth.
Conformity is only as useful as you need it to be.
Some people completely incapable, it turns out.
Depends what you're conforming to.
I was never given a
I
chance.
really tried for a while.
I don't think it'd be for me.
Yeah, I don't want to, but It was the option that was presented for a long time, and I wasn't very good at it. Even worse now, just truth. The hair.
It seems the surface has been good for you.
Yeah. A lot better.
If only you had been raised here. But we do not choose where we are born, or who we are born to.
Do you know of any other drow who have been on the surface for a long time?
A number. There are companies of a mercenary group composed entirely of drow.
Evangard?
She nods. They have worked on the surface for various groups for a number of years now. They are prized for the quality of their experience and capabilities, and adapt after some time to the surface. I understand they are trained to use firearms once they arrive here.
It'd have to be once they got here, yeah.
Indeed. No loud noises down below. I believe that is the mistake that previous would-be conquerors of the Underdark have made.
Oh yeah, we tried that. It was bad as well.
Yeah.
Let us hope one is never so misfortunate as to meet a cave horror.
Celestia, like, full body shudders and just tries to conceal it.
However, they too prefer the liberty of the surface. Because it is my understanding that they are not chosen from the high-ranked nobility of the drow, but those without opportunities that the structure of Ariadnea provides.
Desperate people join the Evangard, yeah. People who don't have another option, people whose families aren't well placed. If your family's not well placed in the Underdark, you're a bit fucked, see?
Interesting.
No opportunities for social advancement other than murder.
No, and the Evangard can provide pretty...
Murder?
Well, I mean, murder, but also pretty fucking good military education, 100 years of work, which pays extremely well, and then you're sort of able to do whatever you like when you're done with that 100 years, and, you know, if you're going to live 600,
I suppose it's
and
like
your family has absolutely no prospects, and you're really buggered, and you'd end up in the service of another big family, it doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world going into it.
It's not all that different from the army mages here, I suppose.
Except it is.
Well, in practice, yes.
Yeah, there's no guarantee you'll get through the training, darling. And if you do, it might not be the same again.
I wouldn't say that up here it's any good though for like those illusionists.
Yeah, true.
There was very little left of who they actually were.
That was nasty. Yeah, there's definitely some equivalents up here that I did not know about, so I assumed it was slightly more normal army training, but I could be wrong.
It's different, but in principle, not all that much.
Well then.
Yeah, particularly bad wood elf methods.
Wood elves.
Yeah, that's where they got the training from. Well, the ideas for the training.
I have certainly read historical accounts.
I assure you that's quite enough.
Well, let us hope then that those forgotten drow, those without opportunities, are hungry still for liberty on the surface.
Do you want to turn the Evangard?
They could be a use.
I'm beyond here for it if you do.
Could it be done?
Allow me to think on
Anything
it for
can
a
be
time.
done if you try hard enough.
If you need inside knowledge.
She inclines her head.
I trained with them for a while.
Not a pleasant experience?
No, very, very bad.
And not rewarding or helpful for you?
Mm-mm. Don't get me wrong, I was a shit-hot fighter for a while afterwards. I fight differently now, I didn't keep up the training, so I'm not deadly in that particular way.
But you found your own way?
Yeah. But, I think I didn't stop shaking for about 6 months when I was done.
Similar things happen to soldiers here.
Yeah. But my point is, if one were to stay on with them, I hear it does get better after the training, but you wouldn't necessarily be enjoying yourself.
So, seems to be a question of liberties and comfort. They're being provided comfort already, but offering a better way.
Yeah.
I understand
say,
that the empire down below is structured in the somewhat barbaric ways of the old Tyrian Empire, very much women on top.
Yeah, hugely.
Were you an only child, or
No.
siblings?
Younger sister, older brother.
I feel sorry for your brother, then. He cannot have had many opportunities.
Yeah. Honestly, he should have had more. Sometimes I feel sorry for him, and sometimes I don't.
We cannot choose where we are born.
No, that I feel sorry for him on. He could have done better somewhere else.
Some of us... Well... I fear we are drawing close to the time when our voices must still, and our eyes must be peeled. I have been meaning to ask about the tattoos.
They are not purely decorative, put it that way.
She glances over to Vivienne, who's returned from ascending at this point.
I'm intending to go up the mast.
Vivienne twists her rings for a moment and peers. This is quite interesting. They appear to be a divinatory enchantment. Are you able to see through those?
Yes.
Marvelous.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it?
I see you are capable of casting non-detection upon yourself.
Actually, no. Different thing. But same effect.
She nods. Looks at Scamp.
Hello.
I like your coat. Yeah. I think it's the waistcoat that is made of the shadow silk, isn't it? The waistcoat lining, or is it the cloak? Cloak. Sorry.
Cloak.
I like your
Mine's
cloak.
the waistcoat.
Yeah.
Which,
It's a good cloak.
Okay, Corzin, you climb onto the mast. There's room for one person on the mast, I'm afraid.
Oh,
So,
it should be Corzin then, in that case. 360 vision, come on.
I would like everybody to give me stealth and perception checks. Corzin without advantage.
Okay.
Actually, nobody with
I could hide.
advantage, really, because it's bright light.
Vanish. Yeah.
I get advantage generally.
True. Oh, you can do... That's
we
a good
have
point. You can hide in plain
disadvantage?
sight, Corzin, so you can just stick
In
stuff
fact, yes, I literally can. If I've got 10 minutes, I can...
You do.
Yeah. In fact, no, it's not even 10 minutes. It's 1 minute. I can camouflage myself.
Yeah, you give yourself a +10 to this check by just
Oh, that's well
essentially making yourself look like a bit of rigging.
Yep. Just give me a load of twine. Give me a load of twine.
It's still a bright light, so there's still not advantage on these.
Okay.
Straight still.
So +10. then.
I get advantage from my cloak.
Oh,
though?
you do. So So you do get advantage.
But I don't.
You don't.
Oh, it's a 10, so loads.
19 stealth.
Ooh. 21.
Okay. And Corzin.
Oh, perception.
For Captain... actually, perception from everyone as well, please.
I'm a bit busy casting. I don't know that I'm
Cool,
going to see
so
much.
don't worry.
And I also rolled a 4. So
18 perception.
22 and 18. Okay, and Corzin, in place of Captain Talbot, can you please roll a tillering check at +8?
Okay.
As he'll be trying to keep the boat quiet as well.
That is a 13.
can I do anything to that
I mean, you
roll?
see the tillering happen, so I guess at a critical moment you can try and add a plus D4 if you want.
+2
Okay,
to
15.
that.
Okay, 15. The boat tills through the water. Corzin, from your camouflaged position up top, you're able to watch the... you can hear the winds high, and you watch the patrols. They're a little skittish around the edges at times, but they seem to have moved on in the hours between, from the point where they were originally looking for whatever might have escaped or dived in.
How high above the deck am I?
It's not very high mast, so... because honestly, I'm not 100% certain of the height of a... Okay, let's say you're 30 feet up, because you're definitely not tall ship high up. This is quite a low little mast.
I was just thinking, if I cast silence on myself, it wouldn't get anybody else up here.
No, it wouldn't.
Good to
However-
You
know.
also then can't message us.
Yeah.
But if it
No,
gets
but if it gets into combat,
yeah,
it's
shoot
great.
without
I'm
being
just,
heard.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought of it, so I thought I'd
that's a
say
very
it.
good thing.
You know?
You're ready to cast silence if you need to.
Yeah.
Okay. This time, although one cavalry patrol gets close, they don't notice the dark ship on the dark waters. They just, the dark boat in the dark waters. Their eyes happen to be else. There's a moment where where a bit of errant water seems like the tiller is like the boat is about to go into like a slightly protruding bit of rock. Scamp, you see this like clutch the edge of the boat for a moment, and just there's a little waft of water. It just misses scraping the hull on it.
Better.
You make it into the woods without incident. The woods, however, are much as they were before.
The woods are Nightmare Land. Yeah.
Nightmare Land, yeah. Yeah, very into the woods, not out of the woods. And
I hate that musical so much.
as you travel
Sorry, Into the
through,
Woods fans, it's just not for me.
there's a moment where you start. You see a couple of the soldiers, including Sergeant Morris, like briefly come up just to take a peer round. Sergeant Morris with his mustache, like, well, hell, I ain't never seen nothing like this before.
It's mostly illusions, and I'm mostly responsible for it. That's not comforting, is it?
I don't reckon so, ma'am.
Sorry.
Not a problem.
The mostlies are a problem.
Yeah.
Ma'am, should we... No guns. Stay ready. If anything happens, we have our protectors.
Guns is the last resort, is what we were
Guns
told.
the last resort. They will still hear gunfire from the other side of this, and we don't want an ambush waiting for us afterwards. The boat continues on. You pass So you soon find yourself in a bit of... You passed by this before, but I didn't really remark on it. You find yourself in an area that looks like... almost like ordinary wood, but there are trees here that you don't quite remember being here originally before you cast the illusion. It's like you're going through like a little bit of forest. The water sploshes with like almost like a squidgy sound as the boat starts to get through a little bit. It's like seems to come across a bit of silt and mud. It doesn't slow significantly, but it definitely goes a little bit in points, and the seahorses have to go a little bit harder in their swimming.
I'd like to keep a particular eye out for anything that I did not make. I'll be keeping like a vague track of like percentage, like how much of this didn't I make, you know?
Give me an intelligence check.
I'd be also periodically peering into the ethereal plane just in case.
Okay.
That's a 17.
15 to 20% of this is your best guess.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's like almost a fifth. It's all, for the most part, it's in small like circles or stretches. Actually, no, it'd be more like, more like 8 to 10%, but that's still a lot.
Oh, it's so much.
Like up to a tenth is a lot for what the time has been going on. And mostly it's in small blobs almost, or splashes of just different ground. But there is a wider, larger section. It's about near the middle of it, where the river passes through, and it's the area with the trees, the forest-like bit, and the hanging bits of cloth, different colours, all kind of like faded and tawdry looking, blowing in the breeze. This bit is wider, maybe like 120 foot wide at its widest.
I would like to be pointing out to the others either through message or just whispering if I'm stood next to them, like which bits I didn't make, vaguely how much, any ways I can see that you could tell like which bits aren't illusion.
And you hear ding, dingling, ding, just like wind chimes. Like in the far distance.
Okay, that wasn't me either.
Ding. And then a sound like almost like ripping, like thick fabric ripping. And Corzin, you see it first with your many eyes. Mm-hmm. In the air, a thin point, silvery, appears and shears outwards into a long, flat, scissor blade, which slices down through the air.
Ooh.
Little Corzin's been having nightmares.
As the air splits apart, things start to go nightmarish.
Oh god, okay.
So, everybody, roll initiative, please.
Oh wow, okay.
Did I cast my spell? I didn't want to interrupt all the
I will say that you are.
stuff.
So we'll retcon slightly, and I'll say that sure. In the last bit before you got there, you are able to attempt to cast Lux's spell if you wish and complete it. What is the form you give them, and what is the wording of your binding?
Oh. Let me check the spell again.
No, it's
Sorry.
fine. I've got it. So you basically can give them whatever form. I think you had a sort of chainy form in mind. And basically, because this is...
I can give a new command.
Give a new command.
It's only when I leave it on its own it's problem.
Fine, in which case, then you summon them and tell them to just wait. What form do they take?
I was going to do it at 7th level and get myself a chain level.
Nice.
As you complete the ritual, and I'm going to say this happens a little bit before arriving in this into the.
Yeah, it lasts an hour, so the plan was to have it ready for in case the
so
guards saw
earlier,
us.
a little bit earlier on, then you have this moment where you've completed. As you complete it, the planes of light, these ones reddish rather than yellow or golden, come together and form a body. Cut through as ever, with you drawing the circle in the air with your own blood, which seems to form the core of it. You see a woman stand up. She looks kind of like an ordinary woman, but there's long, dark red hair covering her face. If you're imagining the girl from The Ring, you're in the right area, ballpark.
Okay.
What are the scissors attached to?
So, no, this is what Lux looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, we've had to jump back in time. So, jumping back in time a moment, you get creepy girl from The Ring, is what happens with... let me just take a moment to think about what her effective weapons would be. I'm going to say with a pair of long chains coming from her arms, just wrapped around her arms. And you can't see her face, it's just covered in... it's just the hair is just down in front of it. She's just... All right, then.
Oh, this is the worst one you've done.
And this is a big one. I might regret
It's just
this.
blood pooling at her feet. Her bare feet. She's like in a nightgown and everything.
Oh, God.
It's the worst. However, back to the moment. Lux has been waiting when...
Yeah.
Everyone roll initiative, please, as this she is cut in.
Oh, I already rolled. I
Thank
got a 16.
So 16 for Celestia.
Natural one, but lucky?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to say no. So 6 for Corzin. Scamp. And
12.
roll separately for Lux, please.
Oh, bloody hell. Okay, we just reopened that. Get the other page open. The dex is decent. 21.
Ooh, okay,
excuse me.
so 21 is Lux, so give me a moment.
I think at this point it's just a sort of standing defend us
Yeah,
command until this point.
okay, and then I just need to check what order these come in. Okay, so that's last. Right, and they go... Oh, okay, fine. All right, then. Let's do these. So, technically the first person to act is Lux, but in this sort of... in the moment where this happens, the shear blade cuts through out of nowhere and then slices down with the sound of ripping fabric. And you see a slit cut in the world and open to some sort of dark forest filled with long pieces of fabric coming out of the trees. And stepping out of that is a figure. Tall. Horribly tall, like a good 11 foot tall.
Oh my God.
Wow.
With a cloth mask and visible pointed teeth under it. Pale skin, overly long fingers, dressed in a fine sort of almost like a tailcoat type. Well, actually, closely it would be more like a frock coat with a ruffed shirt and long red trousers, ending in buckled shoes at the base. There is a tailor. In one hand, they have a long pair of shears. They look like tailoring shears, but they're like kind of close, almost like they're actually just no. They're just overly sized tailoring shears. Not quite garden shear long, but long enough.
To scale with an 11-foot person.
Yeah.
To scale with an 11-foot person, wickedly sharp as well. And also they have in their other hand what appears to be 4 spools of thread all coiled up. So, that is as far as they get before Lux can act. So just to give you some perspective, you are all on the riverboat. The riverboat kind of takes up the whole width of the river at this point. So you can essentially cross the river either side by going on the boat. The boat starts, and consequently, all of you start, I'm going to say, 40 feet from the tear in the world, in front of which the tailor is now standing. Lux is on the boat with you. Lux goes first. You can snap Lux a command, I'm going to say, so that they can take their turn.
I mean, defend us seems to be like the standing order is enough.
So enough is to defend us. In which case, Lux holds ready on the barge, swinging her arm chains.
There is an action she could take that doesn't require her to get into combat, which could be useful, which is animate chains. I'm assuming there are 4 chains within 60 feet.
This is a boat, so yes. Let's go. There's chains for stuff. So, okay, as she animates the chains, 4 lengths of chain animate on the boat. Basically, because they're currently chained to the boat, if anything gets onto the boat that they can get within, if anything comes onto the boat or within, I think it's like 10 feet of the boat, the chains can take an attack. Do you have the details for the chain devil in front of you?
Yeah. The devil can use multi-attack on its turn, can use each animated chain to make an additional attack.
So on Lux's turn, they can make attacks with that should anything come through. They will animate chains is an action. So that's what they do. For their turn, and they will wait for the next one. The tailor acts next. The tailor grins wide and takes 2 actions because it can cheat, because it is a villain and can cheat. The first thing it does is I'm going to say it's got 6 spools of thread in its hand. 2 of them it flings into the air. The needles draw from the thread and immediately steal the currently furled mast. This currently furled sailcloth from the barge's mast, rip it off the barge, and as the scissors fly up and animate on their own, with terrifying speed, cut sections out and sew together 2 giant cloth teddy bears. Which hit the ground. So the bears act on their own turn. The bears... I'm just checking the stats for where the bears start, because they have their own specific actions.
I cannot believe you have put the red-legged scissorman in D&D and made it worse.
Yes, I have. The teddy bears are, I'm going to say, land in between you and the scissorman, so 20 feet away. And they are a pair of them. So Bear 1 and Bear 2, respectively.
I'm just going to say it because I just remembered. We can't do anything loud.
You can't do anything gunshot loud.
Okay.
So gunshots specifically can be heard like half a mile away.
About like a thunder wave.
Thunder wave is loud, but 300 feet though. So,
so
300 feet is close enough to realise that it is like a spell coming from the ground. In the distance, you might hear it, but it's the sort of sound where you might think, oh, is there a storm coming?
Yeah.
It's not like a specific gunshot sound. Cool.
Gunshot sound, very recognisable.
Cool. Good to know.
Thunderwave does sound like thunder, though. That's the limitation on that one. So, okay, the 2 teddy bears, and by the way, these teddy bears are huge. Both of them are 15 foot tall.
Wow.
And built like trolls. In fact, just to make it easier, one of them is a classical bear, and one of them is a big, somehow has acquired a bit of dye from the area around it, is a big purple hippopotamus.
Okay.
So,
I wish you all could have seen that today, because I made Jason a purple hippopotamus a while ago because reasons. It's crocheted and it's on the little shelf. And he looked around and went, "It is a purple hippopotamus."
Yes. You're a purple hippopotamus and a classical teddy bear,
It was amazing.
both of which have sewn into shape.
Yes.
Okay, so at that point, they hold.
I have a kind of
Celestia.
irrelevant question. Are they like cute teddies?
Oh, they're really cute. Well, they would be if they weren't the size of elephants.
Okay. And walking towards us.
And lumbering towards you.
Yeah.
So, Celestia, it's your turn. You are essentially like within 5 to 10 feet of all your companions, because you're currently bunched up. You are 20 feet from the bears and 40 feet from the tailor.
Taylor is causing bears. I think I'm going to try and fling a confusion at the tailor.
Oh.
In the hope that this might be concentration, or he might be controlling it from what he can see, or whatever.
Yes. Sorry, I just realised there is another thing that happens. One last thing, which I absolutely forgot. The other 4 spools he throws and land on the ground. They pop into existence at points. They're 40 feet away, 30 feet away, and spread out a little bit, and 10 feet away and spread out a bit. So essentially creating like a little diamond pattern ahead of the tailor.
Okay.
And the spools just unwind into just thread, just like spinning around in the air.
Okay. I mean, I'll get those as well, just in case they're conscious.
Go for it.
But I guess if they're not, it just won't do anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I look at the rainbow spirit, sort of bring it towards my mouth, breathe in, and then blow it towards the tailor, and I'm going to cast Confusion.
So it's a 20-foot cube, right?
10-foot radius sphere.
10-foot
so
radius
close.
sphere. Okay, so you can get the tailor. Oh, and you're focused on the tailor. This. Oh, okay.
If
this
the tailor's at the back and they're in front, I will
get it to
use
make
him
it
as
then.
the back and
Yep,
like.
that's fine. Which means I'm just checking whether it hits anything behind the tailor on
Can
the
I
other
see
side.
anything behind the tailor?
Roll a quick perception check.
Because I mean that will
that's
change
fine.
my decision. No, it's a 10.
10, you can see a glimpse of what looks like a flank of some sort of creature.
Yeah, I'm going to centre it on the tailor.
Okay, centering on the tailor. It doesn't hit the bears, but the tailor does have to save.
It wouldn't hit the bears anyway, would it?
It would hit
40
the bears
feet
if you
from
put it
the
between
tailor.
the two of them, and because they're just about 20 feet apart from each other. It's like a 10-foot radius.
Oh, I
sphere.
don't want it on the bears. I want it on the tailor because he's
Tailor
controlling
then,
the bears.
centering on the tailor. Let's roll for the tailor. Okay, so this is wisdom, right?
Yes.
Makes it.
Boo.
Although your DC is 18.
Yeah.
Scamp, technically you can try and fuck with this.
How close does it feel? Does it feel...
It's even odds.
Worth it.
Yeah, well, I can't see how much stuff I've spent already. But yeah, I will try. I'll use that reaction. Oh, that's a 4!
Amazing.
Okay, the tailor is confused for this round. So, tailor is confused, and now I got to roll for the other things. Okay, they make it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of them makes it. Let's just check the other things. Okay, one of them technically fails that. So you feel something else take.
Something else over there. I can feel it with my spell.
So 2 subjects are
people.
confused.
Oh, good.
Alright. Anything else you want to do on your turn, Celestia? Are you happy on the boat, or do you want to move?
I'm happy on the boat for now. I think... Trying to think who's helpful to give inspiration right now. I'm gonna give Corzin inspiration.
Okay.
So you just see her do a little salute up the mast, a little flick of rainbow comes off the end of her hand like paint. You feel inspired.
Yes, Corzin, you are 30 feet up on the mast. Okay, so... Next up are the bears. Bears going to choose their targets randomly. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, they both go for... one of them has gone for Scamp. They don't have the space to go for the other. So I'm going to re-roll between Celestia. Okay. One of them is going for Scamp. One of them is going to try and knock down the mast and get to Corzin.
Oh, wow.
Oh, just smash it.
Yep. As the pair of teddy bears just burst into a run and charge. So, first of all, needs to make an attack against Scamp. Yeah, so 22. Scamp, you are kicked in the face by a giant teddy bear foot that, despite the fact that you know this is probably not filled with anything, feels like getting kicked by a sack of rocks. Roll a strength save.
Oh, natural
Yes.
20, so that's a 19.
Okay, you are not knocked prone. And it does not get to make an additional attack against you.
Nice.
You do still take 18 points of bludgeoning damage from being kicked by something the size of an elephant.
Cool, my concentration is fine.
Cool. Corzin, we were going after you.
Okay.
Make an attack against the mast, because that's going to be relevant. I mean, mast's AC is not high, so that does hit the mast. Smashes the mast, and does... The mast is not thick on this, so let's see if it beats the... Oh, with the plus, that is enough to beat the hit points.
Damn it.
With a crack, you feel the mast swing, drop. Roll a d8 for me. I want to find out what direction the mast drops in.
D8, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. With a creaking, the mast falls backwards, ready to tip you into the water behind the boat. I need you to make a dex save, please.
Okay, dex save.
You got inspiration if you'll need it.
I may be okay. That's a 25.
25. Do you want to leap onto the boat or the bank?
Onto the boat.
Okay. You land without taking any damage or falling prone onto the onto the very back end of the boat. So
Goody.
you're like 25 feet back from where you were before, which puts you conveniently 25 feet from the teddy bear.
Okay, I'm going to yell at the captain. Keep her steady, I'll deal with this.
Captain Talbot's like, right, oh, best as I can. God, yeah, you're right next to Captain Talbot. Cool, thank you.
That's sort of where I had in my head I was going to end up.
Yep, no, that's exactly where you end up. Okay, Scamp is next. There is a giant teddy bear directly over you, and next to you is a giant purple hippopotamus. 40 feet away is the tailor, who is currently blinking in a little, somewhat confused manner. There's also these whirling spools of thread around in between.
Okay, I will... Oh, where's my... I'm getting close is kind of been a problem. I'm gonna twin a command.
Okay.
Ooh.
And see if it works on these teddy bears. And just say,
Flee?
Cool. Is wisdom?
it
It's
is...
wisdom, isn't it? Yeah.
Wisdom, yes.
Okay, one rolled a 2, one rolled a natural 20. So the bear kind of looks as if it's about to flee
be on its turn.
So the bear will flee on its turn. The hippo barely seems cognizant of your command.
Hippo don't care.
No.
Lurpak the purple hippopotamus don't give a shit. Lurpak just wants some scones. And also to beat Corzin into a bloody pulp.
Ask Jason about Lurpak when he's sticky, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so next up, they delay action. Corzin,
Oh dear.
you are currently at the back end of the boat, which reminds me, I need to actually roll something.
Okay.
Okay, something does take an action before you,
Ah.
and I just needed to check that. Corzin, you notice something a little weird. The boat, the actual wooden boards beneath your feet, as you land and gather yourself, seem a little weirdly spongy.
Oh.
Your feet sink a little into them, like you're walking on thick fudge. And there's a moment where you just go, what the hell? And at that point, lurching up from underneath the boat where it has been clinging, the mass of mouths and eyes
Oh no.
scrambles up, and you can hear and now you can hear in your head, would you pass me that? No, not that. Just this constant gibbering.
Okay.
The first thing it does is, because it's attacking from hiding, it's attacking from hiding, so it can use, so it can just make an attack straight away. 3 of its mouths lurch up and bite into Captain Talbot.
Oh no.
Captain Talbot, meanwhile, fucking hell, takes 20 hit points of damage, which is enough to reduce him to 0, and therefore
Shit.
enough to kill him. Talbot is as he's bitten by it, lets out a and the whole thing just envelops him and pulls him into it. And as the screaming joins the echoes in your mind as you see Captain Talbot's mouth join the mass, and his
that's
2 eyes float away into the incoherent mass of the gibbering mouther.
Well, that's fucking terrifying.
And then, as a free action, it's going to try. It's going to spit some sort of acidic substance right at your eyes, just in a spray. So, roll a dex save, please.
Dex save. Okay, that's another 25.
You pull out of the way in time to avoid the acid spraying into your eyes and temporarily blinding you.
Good.
I
mean, that'd be a lot of eyes.
It's now your turn, so I need you to do 2 things, please.
Yep.
I need you to make a strength save,
Okay.
and then I need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay, I'm going to add the inspiration to that strength save.
Yay.
Okay, so altogether that is dirty 20. The
Okay.
inspiration made it. I rolled
You
a 9.
are able to As the gibbering mouther clambers up onto the deck itself just gets spongy and inconsistent in its texture, like it's warping the reality around it. It almost pulls your feet into the deck up to the ankle, but you pull away. Now the wisdom save, please, as the gibbering fills your mind.
Wisdom save. Damn it. Okay, yeah, that's a 6.
Oh, shit.
Oh, boy. Roll a d8, please.
4.
Corzin reaches up, grabs his own skull, and just starts making incoherent noises like the creature did.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That is not good.
Yes. Whew, I didn't expect you to fail that save.
No, I didn't either.
But yeah, 6 is a 6.
Nope.
And Scamp has already used up their ability to bend fate this turn.
Yep.
Okay, which brings us to the Nightmare's turn. The rift flings open, and charging out of it is a jet black horse with a mane and tail of fire. You've seen one of these before. And riding atop this nightmare is a headless horseman.
Oh.
Okay, well that's new.
Carrying, it seems to be dressed like a knight of olden times. But they have actually, no, not even a knight of olden times, sorry. They are dressed kind of like an achene.
Oh.
They have no head. It's just like smooth flesh where the neck is. And they are wielding an achene-style glaive. As they ride out. There are also 2 little creatures that look kind of like that one thing you saw in that market in Inyan that was able to tell you about the Luck Blade, like almost kind of like Jeffrey, but like twisted and flaming, and carrying each carrying a long whip made of fire.
I'm just imagining Celestia Stardust from Star Wars here, the little monkey lizard thing.
Yeah, so they're gonna. They are all riding the Nightmare. The Nightmare charges up to. Honestly, at this point, it's based on the will of the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman will pick whoever they judge to be the most. Whoever they judge to be the greatest threat. Which unfortunately would normally be Corzin, but Corzin is gibbering like a maniac right now. Which makes even odds. Okay, Celestia. I think that means
There is a Chain Devil there.
Chain Devil goes at the very start of the round. They use their first action is literally to summon the extra chains.
Oh no, I meant in terms
they
of
are
threat.
a threat, though.
Sorry?
I meant in terms of threat.
Oh, Chain Devil's there. You're right.
I think that's scarier than
Yeah,
me.
no. It seems it turns their glaive at you.
If I am the scariest thing there, that's fine.
No, turns the glaive at you, and then you're right. Sees the fucking ring girl quietly giggling to herself. Yells out, or would yell out. You see the chest like move as if it's yelling out, but there's no sound. Challenge and charges. Okay, so. The glaive has 10-foot reach, so they actually. So what the Nightmare does is it bounds through the air in flight, just leaps through the air up to you, to within 10 feet of Celestia, Scamp, and Ringu, and Lux, and the horseman is going to make a glaive attack. Which it can do from 10 feet away, and thus without. Oh, what's the reach? That's a good point. What's Lux's reach? Is it 10 feet? Lux can make an opportunity attack in a moment.
Yes.
But wait on this. Okay, that's a 24 to hit. So Lux takes 11 damage, 11 slashing damage from the glaive, and make a con save.
I'm guessing it's a magical weapon.
It is for the purposes of this. It is a magical weapon, or at least this creature is magical enough for this to count, because it definitely has a magical effect. Please roll a con save.
Okay, is it so? This is a magical effect that I'm saving against because I get advantage on those. Dirty 20.
Cool. The wound does not continue to bleed. Just slashes, and they take the 11 damage I mentioned before. The 2 fire imps are going to both take a whip crack at Celestia and Scamp. With their scourges. So 1 whip against each, and these are flaming whips. So against Celestia, that's an 18. Yeah, these are your nightmares.
Yeah.
And a 12 against Scamp.
12 hits.
Okay.
We've got to do something about my AC.
I rolled with disadvantage because fire and
it's literally a flaming whip.
double trigger, yay.
Yeah.
So I freeze up for a minute there.
Okay. Are you resistant, Celestia? Are you resistant to fire damage in any way? Cool. Then you take a total of 11 points of damage from being whipped and being and the flame. Mm-hmm. Scamp.
And you see her lock up rather than do anything helpful while that's happening.
You take 4 slashing damage and 1 fire damage because you can't reduce it. Halving it just makes it 1. You still take a single point.
Sorry, how many points of fire damage was that? My maths
11 total.
Memory has failed. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Sorry.
Cool.
My concentration is fine.
Yep. And at that point, the nightmare bounds away, so Lux can take an attack of opportunity against really any of these creatures with her chains.
Yeah, might try and grapple it if that's okay.
Go for it. What creature are you trying to grapple?
The horse.
Okay.
That's what's leaving, isn't it?
I think that's. Just remind me, is that a function of its attack, or is it just a normal grapple attack? If it hits, it immediately grapples. So make an attack roll.
That's a lot. 26 to hit.
Yes. Roll damage.
10 damage.
Okay. So the nightmare takes 10 points of damage and the chain wraps around its neck, trapping it in place. Okay, it's going to... Because the nightmare goes last, it gets to choose its action. So it is going... it is going to use its Firewalk ability. The nightmare and all 3 creatures turn into flames. and because flames can pass through chains, it leaps into the air, bounds away, and seems to and the flames become just like heat hazes, so that it's almost invisible. So it moves away for this round, but for the moment it's very hard to see. It's functionally invisible, as are its riders while it's on them. This is an ability the nightmare has. So unfortunately, you do the damage, but it doesn't entangle the nightmare. The good news is it can only do that. It can only turn into an out of fire once a round. So next round it has to stay in corporeal. Top of the round, it's Lux. Lux and Lux's chains are immediately in range of 2 teddy bears.
And the gibbering mouther's too far away, isn't it?
No, the gibbering mouther is within range of, I'm going to say, 1 of the chains.
Okay. I mean, it feels like it might be worth attacking that. That is a problem.
Yes, please.
How far away is the thing? The gibbering
The gibbering
mouther?
mouther is 20 feet away because it's by Corzin, but it's within the reach of one of the chains. Because the chains are scattered through
Just
the
thinking about the unnerving mask, whether it's worth trying. Shall I scare the horrible mass of mouths and eyes?
I mean, if you can do it.
I mean, hell, it sounds fun.
Yeah.
You get a reaction at the beginning of your turn, don't you? Or do you get it back
You get
at
it
the
back
end
at the end of your
turn?
turn.
Okay, so I don't have my reaction this turn, so I can't do it this turn.
Yeah, is it?
Because it's used as a reaction.
No, you get it back at the start of your turn because you can react to. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to. Like, there's specific things. You get your reaction back at the start of your turn, so you do have your reaction.
Okay. I want to do it because it's funny. It might be a waste of a reaction, but can you try the unnerving mask on the gibbering mouther?
Sure. Lux turns to the gibbering mouther, parts their hair. None of you see this, but the gibbering mouther needs to make a wisdom save. Which it soundly fails. Yes. All of the mouths, for the first time, you hear the mouths make a sound, and it's just screaming.
Oh no!
Horrified, but still kind of incoherent and like bobbled up screaming. It's the kind of screaming that blends into the chaos of the Nightmare Forest as a whole, though. So like, probably not drawing too much more attention than usual. It is now frightened.
One of the chains will take an attack against it. The chain will get advantage because it's frightened.
No, it has
right?
disadvantage on attacks because it is frightened.
Okay, it's not that you get advantage against it while it's frightened. Other way around. Okay, I'll just attack. That's loads to hit though. That's a dirty 20.
Yep, that hits. Roll damage.
10 damage.
Nice.
10
and it and there's a chance of it automatically grapples.
Each chain can also grapple.
Okay.
Yeah, it could use its animated chain to make one attack.
It then can't attack again.
Yeah.
If it is grappling. So do you want to grapple or do you want to just hit?
But it will take damage from being grappled by the chain.
Because it becomes restrained and takes attack automatically. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's gonna do that then.
So,
if you want.
Then I've got loads of attacks.
Yeah. So up to you. What do you want? With.
I have got another 5 attacks in
Fucking
theory because I get a multi-attack and then 3 more chains.
Okay, go for it. Those can attack the
Nice.
bears. They're not. Only one chain is in reach of the mouther.
One of the bears is about to do nothing though, isn't it?
Yes, it's about to flee. And
So can I attack the one that isn't about
yep, you
to
can
flee?
do all the attacks on that bear, which is the hippo.
If I do, I'm going to do. Do they? If you're restrained, the creatures get advantage against you.
Yes, you get advantage on.
So I will
further
do one,
attacks.
and then if it hits, I'll roll the rest with advantage.
Cool.
That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, that hits that hits the hippo. So the
Okay,
hippo
I'll
is
roll.
is struck, damaged, and restrained. So roll the attacks, then roll the damage.
18 to
Hits.
hit.
Second chain connects.
Oh, not good. 13 to hit.
13 connects. This thing is not hard to hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, more than that to hit. 18
That's
to
a
hit.
4th chain on it now.
And one more. Loads. 23
Roll
to
the
hit.
damage for all of them, please. And just tell me the
Bloody
total.
Okay.
This is a good use of 7th level
That
spells.
was-
Yeah, it really was.
All right. If I lose concentration, though, it's going to become a problem. So that was 12, 24. Double sixes. Hello. 26, 30, 44. There's one more,
Yep.
isn't there? 44, 48, 51, 55. Fucking hell.
55 damage.
Damage.
They tear into the hippo, and I'm going to say just tear it limb from floppy limb. Sundering its...
Let's never fight a chain devil.
Yeah, just completely shattering it into pieces. As soon as the pieces are pulled off, they just go flat and become cloth.
Poor Lurpak.
And yeah,
I feel
I'm gonna
really
say
bad. I love
It's okay,
Lurpak
it's
so
still alive
much.
on
you
the
tear
bookshelf here.
Lurpak the hippopotamus doll to shreds. That bear is now gone. That teddy is no more. Does Lux want to? Lux is following their command to defend, so they're going to stay in place. They have to. They're going to stay near you.
Yeah, Scamp's not said anything else yet.
So that makes it the tailor's go. Start of the round. Let's roll this. Okay. The tailor is going to. I gave it this ability just in case. The tailor, at least, is going to use. Oh shit! I forgot that one of the imps is confused. Sorry. I retroactively rolled for a roll. It got act normally. So,
Cool.
but we'll remember it next time.
Next time.
Thank you. The tailor is going to sacrifice its action, so it can't attack this turn. To use its what's the word I use? Yeah, to use cut the threads of magic and break a single enchantment on itself. So it cuts that through the
So
confusion.
that's gone.
It's then going to grinning as it shakes off the confusion. It strides forward until it is 15 feet from the boat, so just out of reach of Lux's chains. But as it goes, it's going to extend its hands, pick up 2 of the spools of thread, and bring them closer, dropping them on the ground near it. So it is now surrounded by all 4 spinning spools of thread. It extends its scissors, holds the shears in one hand, and the other extends and makes a beckoning motion with its fingers. That has no immediate effect, although you do notice that there is thread in that hand. Okay, so the next person to act is Celestia.
Okay. So there's a lot in front of me right now, isn't
Yeah,
there?
so right now there is one bear that is like wobbling in terror.
Oh, that's so cute.
Teddy bear wobbling in terror. 15 feet from you, there is the tailor and 4 spinning spools of thread. And somewhere around, but it's hard to see because it went invisible, there's a nightmare being ridden by a headless horseman and 2 fire imps, one of which is confused.
If I go up to the edge of the boat, I could get all of them and no friends in a 60-foot cone, right?
Yeah. Yes. You need to give me a perception check to make your best guess as to where the horse ended up.
Yeah.
If you want to get in the cone.
I wouldn't mind, yeah. Oh my god, this dice loves 5s. It's 10.
You think you know where it aimed. It would be at the back end of that cone, so you've got a good chance of hitting it. I will ask you to roll a percentile die to whether or not you hit the horse and its
Okay.
riders.
Is it worth pulling some big shit, gang?
I think to get these things off our back, yes.
Yeah, things are really quite scary, aren't they? Also, no, actually, roleplay-wise, Celestia has just frozen in terror and is horrified.
Yep.
Comes out of the freeze, does panic breathing, the rainbow spirit comes around her like a cloak, and I think she panics and does something really, really big, actually, as like a lash-out defense thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically what happens is the rainbow spirit comes around her like a cloak and comes out into long tendrils. I have the spell, don't worry. And separates into lots of separate pieces. And those as one with a little musical note for each one because it's Celestia. A dramatic musical note. It's not like ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, more like a dun 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 dun, dun, like the soundtrack.
Yeah, the soundtrack, exactly.
Yes.
They dart forwards, and each person that it hits, a different colour happens. And I'm going to cast Prismatic Spray, which
Oh,
I haven't
wow.
done before.
All right, I need you
Okay.
to first of all roll
Magical
me
secrets, yay!
roll me the percentile check to see if you hit the nightmare and its riders.
Yes.
Do hit the bear and the tailor regardless.
Of course
Yeah.
you took that spell, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Dude, I could literally have, like, the power of gay, like, as if I wasn't going to. in this character. That is a 15.
Okay. In which case, to start with, roll for the tailor, please.
Okay, I need a d8. Where are the d8s?
It does get advantage on this save.
Why am I looking at a pile of dice and can't see any d8s? There we go.
This is why I have to separate mine
Yeah,
out.
it's a dex save for all of them. They do
Yes.
still take damage, though.
Yes.
So the tailor, he gets a 3, so that's yellow, so it's 10d6 lightning.
Okay, 17, it just fails that save, so it takes the full 10d6 lightning.
Oh god,
Please
hang
roll
on, I need 10d6. I didn't prepare. I should have
Do
done.
you want some d6s?
4. No,
Have you
I've got
couple?
loads.
You got? Okay.
5, 6, 7.
I have a dice rolling app if
8,
you want to use it, because you're gonna have to roll. Might have to roll a few 10d6s.
9, 10.
Cool.
I'll do one and see how terrible it is.
Yes, and if it's
because I like
terrible, I'll
rolling
hand you
big
the
handfuls of dice. It's fun.
It is so satisfying.
So that
Welcome to World of Fireballs. It's
fucking
glorious.
decent roll actually.
Yes.
So 10, 15, 19, 20, 32, 44, 47. 47.
Oh, that is nice.
A bright yellow, a bright yellow strike of lightning just splashes out as part of the spray, and just carves through the tailor's chest and out the other side. They take
Crackles up through Celestia as well.
no, through it. There's a hole.
Ooh.
Clicks its neck, and threads start filling in the hole.
Well, I hate this.
It looks a little weak. It looks.
I really hate this.
I would say that it looks moderately wounded by this, but it's taking some time to refill it. But it's not dead.
Okay.
Bear.
There.
Bear takes full damage.
So that is, on that one, the blue stripe is the brightest, and it takes 10d6 cold,
Okay, if you want to use,
possibly.
up to you.
I like rolling big
for
handfuls
it.
of dice. If I get bored, I'll stop, I promise. So 4, 10.
As the Blu-ray strikes it, it is able to play high-definition DVDs. No. Sections of the
42.
cloth freeze solid. 42. Cool. It begins to move crackingly with a very sort of lilting, unstable gait. It looks like the cold has not done good things to the cloth. In fact, he'd say it goes as far as to say it looks kind of seriously injured by this.
Okay.
For the nightmare.
Ah, yay, that's exciting.
You had a 20% chance of hitting, and you
Ooh.
rolled less than 20.
I got a good one. So, it gets hit by 2 colours, because I rolled an 8.
Oh, roll
So
twice.
I'm going to roll twice. So the first one is a 1, which is 10d6 fire, which Celestia doesn't normally
Don't
have.
roll it.
Don't roll it? Okay.
The fire blasts into it and has no effect.
Okay, it's immune to fire.
It's a horse made of fire.
Don't use fire on the horse.
It just goes through it, has no effect at all.
I remember from
Well,
last time.
it's made of
Luckily,
flame.
we have 2, so let's hope we don't roll double ones. Oh my god, it's double ones, kill me.
God.
I'm sorry.
That
The
is
two
sad.
red beams strike it, but a series of other beams do strike its riders.
Okay. So I will
does
roll
have some
for
riders.
them. So green, which is poison.
Ooh. Okay, so I want you to. So this is quite important. Let me just check. Roll a d6 and tell me what you get.
I can't, I'm adding up.
Cool, it's fine.
9. So that damage is 34, and you wanted another d6, yeah?
Yes, please.
3.
Okay. One of the imps is immediately. You see it pop into existence as it keels over dead, hits the ground, and seems to break apart. Most of it seems to just turn into like small motes of like and wisps and thread and filter back into the open portal. But some of it turns into like a vaguely organic sludge.
Yeah. Gross.
Roll a d3.
What happened last
Can you
time?
roll
How
me
did
another
we
d6?
stop
I just
this?
want to find out which your next one hits.
4.
Cool. This hits the other imp.
Okay. So I get to roll for that.
Yep.
So a spell takes ages. It's fascinating.
I love it.
It's another green. More poison.
Okay, roll.
So that is 10, 16, 19, 21, 23, 27, 31, 37, 41.
The second imp goes straight, falls to the ground, disintegrates, leaving a slight sludge as a mixture of motes and thread flow back into the portal. Also, the 2 blazing whips are still on the ground. Those don't go with them.
Okay.
So those appear to be at least some degree of real. And if you were so inclined to go 60 feet away, you could go and pick them up if you really wanted.
If Celeste is
blazing
touching
whips.
them, come on.
Can you imagine this?
Yes. But, they're there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so final one is for the Headless Horseman.
Yay!
I'm so
Oh,
glad
no,
you
4!
rolled that.
All the poison.
Okay,
So
this
that one's
one
green as
strikes
well.
it in the chest. You feel you see it strike something. Nothing happens.
Not poison on the horseman.
Yeah, horseman's immune to poison.
I feel like she has some sense of what damage
Yeah.
they're all doing.
Yeah.
It's all a bit random, sorry.
It's all right. There were some.
Are you apologising to me for random magical effects?
Oh yeah, I feel better.
Okay, so the 2 fire imps are solidly out of the fight. The hippo's out. The bear is not out, but is very seriously damaged.
Bugger about the nightmare. Could have done with some damage to that.
But it looks like the headless horseman and his rider are
That's
still
a
in the
fun
fight.
spell, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, it
That is such a fun spell. I love it.
Okay.
Power of gay compels you.
Okay. So
Is anyone injured?
Scourge is out.
Before I finish my turn, anyone injured?
question.
Anyone struggling?
Not badly.
Okay.
I haven't actually taken damage yet. I'm just gibbering.
I mean, I'm just concentrating really
Tell
hard
me-
most of
I
the
might.
and-
You can use inspiration on concentration checks, can't you?
I can.
I'm gonna look up at Scamp and go, fucking yeah, magical random effects. Yeah, magic random, friends. You get inspiration from that. That was inspiring.
Thank you.
Tell me
It was.
at any point if any of you take damage that would drop you to 0, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a thing I'm aware of that I need to know. Okay, so that's Celestia's go. The teddy bear turns, lumbers as its full movement away. Is it compelled to dash? I think it's just.
I think it does nothing. It just does nothing
then it
with
runs
its turn.
40 feet away.
Goodbye.
2, but not back through the portal. I'm going to say. Okay, it's also very like covered in ice and stuff. It's not doing well. Scamp, on your turn, at the start of your turn, the tailor flashes a hand at you. It has in its hand just a pattern of threads, a cat's cradle. Roll a wisdom save.
Oh no.
I'm going to tides this.
Good idea.
Thank you.
You also have inspiration
no.
if you need it.
I have inspiration. That's a D10.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not going to be enough.
shit.
That's a 16.
What's that? 16 is enough.
Oh.
This is not a
Oh,
high DC. You feel just an incoherent, inexplainable terror fill your mind and shut it down. Just something about the pattern of threads seems to cut straight to your fear centers, but you glue your feet to the deck rather than just like try diving into the water. Okay, you can act normally on your turn.
Okay.
I can't see easily the horseman, can I?
No, the horseman is functionally invisible. As is the horse.
Oh, this
I mean, you
thing
know
is
that. I guess you
nasty.
know their current location because broadly speaking, there are two dead imp, piles of decaying imp.
I'm not going to risk
Yeah,
it
but you-
because I don't think it'll go well. I'm going to use an Eldritch Blast and send 2 after the fleeing teddy bear and see if we can get rid of that, and 1 at the tailor.
Okay, roll your attacks.
I just realised I was...
The 2 for the teddy bear, lowest is an 18.
Yeah, both hit.
Just realised I was totally going to guards and wards this fucking boat, wasn't I? I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm the worst.
It's 9 force damage against the bear.
Not quite enough to drop it, but
Boo! And 26 to hit the...
does hit the tailor.
And 10 damage to the tailor.
Okay. Keeping note of that. The tailor is... That's enough that the tailor is starting to look quite seriously injured now, as it blasts another hole in him, which starts to slowly stitch back up. But he's looking a bit unsteady, a bit drained from this.
I'm going to quicken another Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
And send 1 against the bear and 2 against the tailor.
Ooh.
Go for it.
I would like the bear to go away. That's a 12 to hit the bear.
Okay. 12,
doesn't hit,
12
I'm
just hits
guessing.
the bear.
Oh! That's a whole 2 force damage. I rolled 2 on both dice for that. That's
again,
terrible.
not quite enough. It clips the bear, but it's not enough to take it out entirely.
Oh, for pity's sake. But I already said I was sending the others against the tailor.
Okay.
Lowest is an 18 to hit the tailor.
Ooh. Does hit.
Does 18 hit?
Does hit.
18 does hit. Lovely. The other one was a 29. Where's my other D10 gone? There it is. And 12 force damage against the tailor.
Okay. The more of his threads are starting to come undone. He's fraying at the edges. It's possibly another good couple of hits might take him down, but you're out of time.
Yeah. I'm going to move a little bit away from the horrible mouthy thing.
Yeah, you can get another 10 feet. You can get up to 20 feet further along the boat if you really want to in the midsection. So
I don't want to. Well, yeah, I don't want to be too far from everyone else. I don't want to be too close to everyone. But I don't want to be near the mouthy thing.
okay,
It's not fun.
You scramble away from the mouthy thing. So just another 10 feet or so. Okay. The horrifying eye mouth monster thing is going to take its turn now. So it is frightened.
Oh, it takes some damage. Because it's restrained.
It is restrained, yes. It takes damage at the start of its turn. Roll damage.
8 piercing.
Okay. I'll note that down. I say, would you... It's...
Oh, I hate it.
It's not... Like, it's starting to look a bit injured, but it's hard to tell. Its form is so amorphous. In fact, because...
It's a mushy mouth thing.
Given that its form is so amorphous... Just checking. Okay. You're now 30 feet from it, so it's out of range of that. Yeah... It is afraid, and this thing acts mostly on instinct. So it's afraid until the end of its turn. So I guess it will is it consumed by feeding or by... I think this thing is still consumed by feeding, despite the fear. It won't get any closer to Lux, but Lux isn't right here, so it doesn't need to run.
It's restrained, it can't
move. Oh, it doesn't. It's just whether it tries to use an action to break free.
Okay.
It's going to attack Corzin.
Okay.
Corzin is not restrained, but is babbling incoherently. So he's standing. That natural 3 ain't doing much.
Nope.
And neither is
Sort of
that
like
12.
feebly headbutts
It just like it sort of moves its mouth close to Corzin, but the chains are restraining it from getting close enough.
Like, with this, does Corzin have his faculties, or is he completely out of it?
You are, until the start of your round, out of it, because you're just channeling the mouthers gibbering.
Right, okay.
That's what the failed wisdom save was.
Figured.
Okay, so that, however, does make it the start of Corzin's turn. So, strength save first, please.
Strength save, okay. That is a 24.
Yep, you avoid being sucked into the weirdly malleable deck, and roll a wisdom save as well, please.
Wisdom. Oh. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's it's an 11.
That's enough. You can act normally. You shake off the maddening psychic gibbering.
Okay, so bonus action then.
Not a high save, you're right.
I am going to mark it with Slayer's Prey.
Okay.
Which also gives me supernatural defense if it tries to make me roll that again.
Yep.
And I'm going to just try and slice and dice this thing.
Okay, tear into it, by all means.
Okay, so first one with Riptide. That is a 28 to hit.
It hits.
Okay, so that's 10 plus another 1 for the Slayer's Prey damage. Second attack. That is a 23 to hit.
Yep.
So that is another 10 slashing damage with a further 3. I've done the...
the mouths turn from gibbering to screaming, and the screaming in terror lulled from it and then continues, and now it's actively trying to get away from you through the chains.
That was your last mistake! Right, I don't think there is anything else I can do this round.
Not this round. Do you want to move?
Can I move away from it without provoking an opportunity attack?
No, it will get an attack of opportunity.
Alright then, in which case, is it sort of up against the gunnel?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right, then I'm
it's
just going to stay
technically
where I am.
the gunnel is bending down below it. It's morphing the space around it.
Oh god, yeah, okay. Well, I'm just going to hold my position then.
Yeah. It's where Captain Talbot was.
The late Captain Talbot.
Arguably, maybe some of him still is.
Oh god.
So you that's the end of
Captain
your
Talbot.
There's not much we can do for him now.
No, if he's dead in one shot, we can't.
The nightmare
Can't get the...
flares back into existence as it midway through its leap, as it returns to the new strongest opponent, which definitely is Celestia after that. Lands within 10 feet of you, and is going to and the headless horseman is going to just try and slash you. With the great, yeah, that's going to do it. That is a 23 to hit with the glaive.
Oh yeah.
So I need you to make a con save, please.
I'm so good at con. So good. Natural 20. Fuck
Nice.
you.
Okay, you do not require an ever bleeding wound.
That is such a problem, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, you do take 5 points. You only take 5 points of slashing damage. Most of the damage is from the ever bleeding wound. It then leaps. The nightmare then attempts to bound away, provoking another opportunity attack from Lux, if they so wish.
Lux used
Use the
reaction
reaction
to
already.
do the fear thing.
The glaive has 10-foot reach.
Oh, okay.
This is
Cool,
its
cool,
whole
cool.
thing. Is it bounds close enough, swipes, bounds away. So that
What is a glaive? I don't actually
it's
know.
basically a long, like a sword blade on the end of a long spear.
Yeah.
Knife on a stick.
Knife and a stick, basically, which is what all spears are.
Curved
Knife on a stick
Yeah,
is
curved
Lara
sword and a
Croft's
stick.
best weapon, and I will hear nothing against it.
Literally, it's a great historical weapon for a reason.
Yeah.
Because you can hit them and they can't immediately hit you back.
Knife on a stick.
But yeah, slashes you with the knife on a stick, but you don't take an ever bleeding wound from the magic.
What about that?
It can only make one. It can only multi-attack if it gets close. If it gets closer, which it's not going to try, so it bounds away. So it ends up. This thing can fly how much per round? Okay, it ends up 30 feet away because it can do 90-foot total flight in a round. So I'm going to say it ends up 10 feet from the portal now, is the nightmare. Which brings us to Lux.
Oh, the tailor is surrounded by
spools.
With threads, yeah. Like, how far out do they go from the tailor?
10 feet.
So, with 10 feet reach, Lux wouldn't have to get into those?
No, with 10 feet reach, she would just be in reach of them.
We don't know what they do yet.
No.
How many chains can reach Corzin's friend?
At this point, 1.
Just the one which is already holding on.
But Lux can move over and get another 2 attacks in.
Yeah. I think if there's anything else. Can they then hold the rest of their attacks in case
You can hold the multi-attack
something comes
action
into
as a
range?
whole.
Okay. I might do that instead.
Okay. This is going to get interesting.
Because it seems a waste. The mouth is awful.
I actually have to check my teddy bear, not my teddy bear, my notes here for what they care about. Okay. The first thing the tailor is going to do then is it's going to scoot around to the side a little bit. Yeah, and it's going to try and... What's the best thing here? First thing it's going to do then is it's going to hurl one of the... pick up one of the spools, hurl it at Celestia. Which makes an attack. It lands sort of in between, so it's just in range. The spool strikes with a dirty 20 to hit. Mm-hmm. Wraps around you and restrains you, pulls you off the boat and closer, so it can just go for you with the other 3 spools and the scissors and the shears.
I scream, I imagine.
Yeah, it wants a bit of revenge for that.
Yeah.
So it's going to go with so the next. Because you're restrained, the next 5 attacks are with advantage. Hit. Ooh, hit. 18. Hit.
I'm fucked, gag.
Okay, so
Yeah.
4 hits, 1 crit. So let's and you actually got hit by the first one as well. So here's the first thing then. First attack, you take 10 damage. Mm-hmm. Second is 11. So 21. Mm-hmm. Third would be an additional 7. Mm-hmm. So 28. Fourth is an additional 10. 38.
Uh-huh.
And the fifth one with the shears themselves is an additional 14, so 54. Is that enough to drop you to 0? Okay.
I have 5 whole hit points all to myself, you
Given
fucker.
that you're dropped below 20, give yourself back 14 hit points, because on the last attack, Vivienne, who's been holding steady, protectively over Grace, twists their rings, flashes their hand, and you notice a shield of force springs up in front of you to intercept one of the attacks.
Nice.
The shears glance off the arcane ward. The tailor clicks his neck, steps away. You do get an attack of opportunity, which you can take with your with your.
My rapier that I never use.
You can take it with. You're not a warcaster. You can't take it.
No, I'm not warcaster. Also, it's super not gonna hit. So that is. Oh god, yeah, it's really not gonna hit. It's 10. I rolled a 2.
Okay.
Celestia's panicking because fire and threads everywhere.
Leaves you tied up, but with one of the spools, but otherwise gathers the rest and, seeing how injured it is, starts using the spools to stitch itself up and rapidly, with 40 feet of movement, backpedals into the portal and through it. It starts the process of closing the portal up, which will not be complete on this turn, so you can still see the tailor hurriedly stitching the rift in reality up. It's looking very injured. Which brings us to the tailor's turn. Not to the tailor's, to Celestia's turn. You are restrained by a thread, so your speed is 0. You can otherwise act.
My speed is 0, but I can do other things.
Yeah, the tailor is now functionally 30 feet from you.
30 feet away, okay.
The screaming, gibbering mouther is also 30 feet from you.
How many of enemy people can I get in a 30-foot radius sphere from
All of them,
myself?
because of where the nightmare landed.
It is creatures I choose as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I think Celestia is like properly panicking at this point. There are a lot of like bad Celestia things happening. So she's breathing like super hard, and she just like flails a fist and smacks the spool, and out from it come a load of rainbow cracks with the sound of an electric guitar. I'm gonna do a destructive weave.
Nice.
I mean,
Hoping that the thunder won't be heard more than 300 feet away, because that's what we're discussing.
like the sound of... It sounds like the crack of light of thunder in the sky. So it'll be heard, but might not necessarily draw attention the same way as a gunshot.
So yeah, I'm gonna do thunder damage first.
Okay.
That one's cocked. Oh, the cocked roll that it nearly had was much better, but never mind. 12, 14, 16 thunder damage.
That teddy bear's finally fucked.
That one was also cocked. I'm having a good day. Okay. 8, 18, 22. Let's say... I'm going to say radiant, because this all looks pretty deathy.
Cool. 38 total. Okay, so, and 22 to the... Okay, so the radiant damage is important because the threads are immune to thunder damage, but not to radiant.
Okay.
So you, first of all, you tear through the threads binding you.
Yeah.
They had 20 hit points. They're shattered.
Okay.
The lightning crackles that go through strike the tailor, and you hear a sort of as it tears apart his threads. He seems...
I love that we're fighting a chain devil with a chain devil effect.
You're basically fighting
not
a chain devil with a chain devil.
Really
I was like...
You've totally reflavoured it, but this is a chain devil.
The moment you chose to bring chain devil, I was like, okay, this is going to get interesting.
Bring a chain devil to a chain devil fight.
I hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
You see the tailor tear into fabric on the other side of the portal, so back in the dream fold. As it tears, the portal begins to not stitch but heal up on its own. The bolt of lightning goes through and into the nightmare, staggering it, leaving it grievously wounded. The headless horseman is almost knocked off its horse, and looks pretty, honestly, 38 damage. Let me just see how much damage that the horseman can take. Okay, is seriously injured by as well. You see one of its arms hangs loose, the one holding the spear, as it grips the reins of the nightmare. In fact, not the reins, just the mane of the nightmare. The pair of them turn and bound through the open portal as it seals shut, fleeing the fight. You glance back to find that 3 gaping, smoking holes in the gibbering mouther, as the bear just tears to pieces completely, and the mound of eyes and mouths. A couple of like motes of something break free and descend and escape through the portal just as it closes, but most of it just turns into a sludge of flesh, mouths, and eyes. This creature was almost entirely of this world now.
Oh, God.
You mean the people at 8 were? Oh.
Can I get back on the boat with my movement?
You get back on the boat with your movement. Captain, Sergeant Morris picks up from the deck. Well, hell. I ain't never seen nothing like that before.
Neither have I, actually.
We kind of
totally have. I'm going to sit down for a minute. I feel weird.
Alright, I'm going to go over to them.
Just, like, sits down on the deck with a bit of, like, wall behind her for a bit to, like, slow her breathing down. Looks super weird and not making eye contact. A bit spacey. But, yeah. Just gonna have a little minute down here.
That's alright.
Scamp, are you
No
alright?
rush. Oh, I'm fine. I barely took a scratch.
Alright.
Kind of reasonably injured. I should deal with that at some point.
Here, let me deal with this. Scamp, can you do something about the mast? We've got to get this thing moving again.
Yeah, well, we don't need the mast, do we? It's not powered by it right now.
No, not particularly, but it'd be good to prevent us
Useful
getting
to have,
snuck
yeah.
up on.
There's not a body of the captain, is there?
There is presumably biomass that belonged to the captain somewhere in the pile, but it's very disconfigured from its original form.
Yeah, not enough to do anything medically with.
Not all the eyes are like humanoid either. There's like a deer eye you can see in there, and there's at least 3 crow eyes. Some beaks.
Well, that's a fucking horrifying thing.
Yeah.
Shit, that's a very nasty way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see the young Talbot's just like got his hat in his hands.
I'm really sorry. It all happened so fast.
It is very quick.
Steer the boat, lad. Whatever happens, and all goes wrong, just keep the boat steering. He just numbly goes to the tiller and looks to the soldiers. I'm sorry. Can we...
We should do something with them.
Vivienne holds up a hand. If you give me 10 minutes, I can erect a dome which will stop smoke rising up if we burn them.
It's probably a good idea.
Sensible.
Thank you. Viv looks back. I could probably try and do something about the mast, but it would also take 10 minutes. So.
Scamp's on
I'll
that.
do the mast.
Okay.
Yeah. If
The same sort of
this
thing.
thing is from where I think it's from, we need to destroy it entirely.
Of course.
Alright, Celestia, hold
The
still. Let me
soldiers-
deal with this.
While you're doing this, the soldiers help
Healer's
move
kits.
the remains onto the bank. Vivienne sets up essentially the Learman's shelter dome, which blocks smoke so that they can burn it.
Also as many cure wounds as necessary.
I mean, be a bit careful. We've still got some journey to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a short sit down and a rest would be better
Well,
for now.
I've used a healer's kit dose anyway.
What does that do?
D60.
D6. Do you want to roll it or shall I?
I'll roll it. Okay. That's a whole 2. Great.
Okay. Hey, it does something.
Right.
She's a little, like, far away looking while you
Okay.
help her out, but she's getting there.
Lady Grace looks at you with a strange expression. Well fought. Do you need a potion?
I've got some. Wouldn't go. Sorry, I'm a bit weird. Wouldn't go amiss.
Of course.
You've got
Viv,
spares.
one of the... Thank you. Passes you a potion. I'll just roll that for you.
Yeah.
It's a pretty standard potion. You get 10 hit points back.
Cool.
That was amazing with all of the rainbow stuff.
Yeah, I sort of panicked and it happened. Quite big.
Seems like it happened exactly the time it needed to.
Yeah.
I should check on Lux.
Lux is just like... Lux has wandered over to... Actually, no, Lux is bound by their orders, so they are just staying and chuckling softly to themselves.
Can you keep a watch and guard over us while we rest a bit?
Of course.
I'm not going to make it an order because it feels wrong to, but could you maybe tone the giggling down?
She says nothing more, nor giggles more.
Oh, good. That was really awful.
It was. Oh.
Okay, the Rainbow Spirit. Think we can do that again sometime?
Ooh.
Feeling it?
Took a bit out. Ooh.
Yeah, it's huge.
Ooh.
Could have been huger if they weren't immune to half the shit.
Yeah. Ooh.
Sorry, I am actually talking to my spirit friend. I've not just gone completely insane.
You're sighted then?
Yes. It's how I do everything.
Not so fortunate myself, but the odds are
your stuff
low.
looks pretty interesting.
Well, Viv is my bodyguard. She's trained to, if needed, project a sort of ward to stop harm coming to me. It can take a bit of... It can take the most serious injuries if needed.
Thank you for that, Viv.
Not a problem.
Helped. Well, that's, we need to talk to some of our friends about why that's happened.
We need
Yes.
to find Vera.
Because usually that sort of thing can only happen if there's an opening that is made and held open.
No, the one we saw, they just happened. Remember the first one? That
Yeah,
Vera
sometimes
took
they
us
open and
to?
close for short times.
Yeah.
And you've got to be there to... How did we keep it shut?
Well, Vera did whatever she was doing. We just fought off what was coming through.
From what you recall, actually, a lot of it was killing the nightmare.
Yeah. We needed to kill that horse. Bugger.
I would note that
Does that mean
the
it's-
portal started to heal up in a rather than being stitched up once the tailor was broken.
Yeah. Well, it was...
So do we think it's not coming back anytime
Well,
soon?
if it was the tailor that opened that thing, the tailor is now destroyed.
Well, not fully. Was it? Was it fully destroyed?
He escaped.
It was you saw the tailor destroyed, but the tailor was destroyed on the other side of the portal.
Right.
So we don't know.
You saw them break apart, and then the portal healed up, snapped closed quite quickly.
Depends what the rules are in the place they're in. They might be different than
It
here.
might be that this place is safe for now.
We maybe need to shoot out a few sendings when we get back. Get some advice.
Or a dream.
Yes.
Can do that.
For now, take some rest. We'll keep an eye. We'll make, once this funeral is conducted, we'll make our way on.
Sorry we couldn't step in time for him.
Yeah.
Well, you get used to it, I'm afraid. You're quite young, aren't you?
No.
For an elf, yes.
I'm afraid it is. One day we should have a talk on our own about that. Getting older. She gives a slight look towards Corzin and Scamp, and then back at you.
Okay.
Slightly sad look to her eyes for a moment, but resumes her usual look.
Maybe we have a few things to talk about.
The funeral is conducted. It's a short affair with the boat members bidding farewell as best they can to Captain Talbot as they're burned in the little dome to avoid the smoke sending a signal. Viv then uses a frostbite spell, to cool the ashes. Makes sure that the smoke is fairly then once it breaks, disperses the smoke with a gust of wind. By which point the mast is fixed.
Did he have any family or anything?
I think you're looking at some of them.
You see there are 3 halflings aboard. The younger Talbot, another halfling woman, doesn't have the family resemblance. He presumably is his wife, and their daughter, who does share this family resemblance and is old enough to work the boat. It looked like it was a family affair.
Shit, that's awful.
Yeah. Out of earshot of the family, Lady Grace whispers to Viv, "Triple the fee on this one. It's a cold comfort, but..." Viv nods.
It's kinder than a lot of people would be.
Sometimes what people need is security.
Agreed.
Well, unfortunately the sun does not wait for us. We must be on our way.
All right.
With a heavy heart and a heavy hand, the younger Talbot takes up the tiller. It's one last glance back at the ashes, makes the sign of the Regent, and then the boat continues on. You make the last out of the Nightmare Forest safely, and do not see any further patrols the rest of the way until you reach the soldiers ready to retrieve the barge and its contents on Hickory Island. Vivienne you see as you disembark, Vivienne passes a sealed package along with a purse, quite a thick purse it looks like, to the younger Talbot with some unheard words. There's like a slightly stiff nod and then a softer, more grateful nod from the Talbot.
I want a message to them. The wife.
Yeah.
There's not much I can do to make this better, but... No. There's not much I can do to make this better, but if you ever need a favour, just ask.
She looks over, a little startled, and nods.
I give her a hand up, just so she knows it's me.
You continue on your way back to the city before the rise of dawn, and we'll pick up from there next time. Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening, and farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
It's not safe on the edge of dreams, and sometimes all's not what it seems. This place was meant to cause but fear, and now it's taken life so dear.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.